Hello and welcome to the stream of Control. So the last time I tried to play this back in 2022, there was a audio issue where the dialogue audio in cutscenes was muted. It only came through on the stream. The dialogue audio was fine through my headphones for me. And at the time I didn't know what was causing that issue, so I actually abandoned the playthrough. And that was with the Xbox Series S/X version of the game, which is the one that I'm trying again now with. I found out late last year, months after trying to play this last year the last time, I found out months later, towards the end of the year, when playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla, that the cause of the dialogue audio being muted was due to a headset setting. And the headset setting was Windows, and changing it to stereo uncompressed fixed the dialogue audio issue. Fast forward to Alan Wake, and I was having the static audio issue happen again with that game. And so I changed the settings to a different thing, which stopped it temporarily, but then it came back again, and so I'm between a rock and a hard place. So what I've done is I've installed Dolby Atmos as a third option on the Xbox for my headset. I went for the trial version of it for a week. Costs about $22 to actually get the full thing. Now, if I don't have any audio issues while using that, then maybe when the trial is up, I'll actually pay for it and keep it. But I don't know if that's going to happen or not, because you never know when you're streaming directly from your Xbox what thing's going to fuck you up to stop you from being a streamer that has efficient setup to becoming a streamer that has random audio issues popping up every now and again, which becomes a huge massive pain when you're trying to be a streamer. So I'm going to keep an ear out for any audio issues, so when I have the mic muted, I'll actually be muting my audio on the headset so I can hear the broadcast audio coming through. And if I do get any audio issues where that static noise is happening, then what I'm simply going to do is end the stream, uninstall this version of Control, which is the Xbox Series S/X Ultimate Edition, then reinstall the Xbox One version, and then play that. Because when I played that for the first time, which is the first playthrough of Control, I actually played the Xbox One version and didn't have these issues at all. So now that that's out of the road at the top of the stream, I'm going to jump into the game now and start again. And I'm going to test to see first if the dialogue audio actually comes through or not in the cutscene as the first test. And if it does, that'll be great. But the next testing phase will be to see if the static audio issue happens. Now, it's happened so often on multiple different other headset options that I'm not going to be surprised if it happens again. But at least with this game, I do have an alternate version that I can stream. The reason I got the Ultimate Edition is because I wanted to get the optimized version for the Series S and X, and also get the DLC content included with that as well. Whereas I already had the Xbox One the Xbox One version, and then bought the two DLC separately. I figured that the boost in quality would be worth paying extra money to get those DLC as part of a different version. So whether or not I actually move forward with playing this version in the future will depend on whether or not I have those audio issues happening on the stream. So now that's out of the way, let's jump into the game, and hopefully, fingers crossed, this will be one of those games where that audio issue doesn't happen, but I'm not going to count on it, because sometimes I can stream for 10 plus hours and it never happens, and then all of a sudden I'll stream for 5 minutes and then it'll happen, so you never know. Okay, so having the Dolby Atmos headphone setting still made it that the dialogue audio didn't come through. Alright, so we're going to change to stereo uncompressed and see how we go there. So there we go, 10 minutes into the stream we already identified an audio issue. Fucking hell.
Fair warning. This is gonna be weirder than usual. Can't be helped. You called me. So here I am. I know I shut you out sometimes. I'm always glad to hear from you. It's just that I get my hopes up. So many times it's led to nothing. I found nothing. It's like we live in a room, and there's a poster on the wall. We stare at it and we think that's the whole world. The room and the poster. The picture's something nice. A landscape, a famous person. Like in that movie, what is it called? The prison movie. The room's a cell, and the picture, it's different for each of us. It can be beautiful or terrible, but we're all transfixed. But it's all a lie. Something to distract us from the truth. They're lying to us. We're lying to ourselves. The room's not the world. The world is much bigger and much stranger. There's a hole hidden behind that poster that leads to the real world. We all feel safe in that room. But sometimes something crawls out from behind the poster. And the ones that see it happen freak out and try to forget what they saw. I'm here. Why did you bring me here? Hello? Anyone here?
Such a great opening. Gives me chills. Alright, so the audio issue with the dialogue in cutscenes was still happening when I had the headset audio to the Dolby Atmos thing that I just friggin' downloaded. Good thing I didn't pay for it straight away, because that would have been a waste of $22. So the dialogue audio issue in cutscenes happens with that. It also happens with the Windows for Atmosphere, whatever setting it is on the Xbox. So I changed it to stereo uncompressed, which is the setting that always has the static audio issue happening. So it's one of those things I can't win as a streamer with some games streaming it on the Xbox. Just all these audio issues, all these issues happen, and that. Federal Bureau of Control reminder. Certain objects are not allowed inside the Bureau. Recent incidents have necessitated an issued reminder on prohibited materials. unauthorized weapons, pages, laptops, smartwatches, smartphones, smart gaming devices, anything smart. Number 2, pencils. Any objects considered iconic representations of an archetypal concept, example rubber ducks, ketchup bottles. All material under Bureau investigation is to be brought in through the private entrances. If you see any lobby personnel in breach of these policies, please notify your supervisor immediately. I've got a free follower emote as well that's going to be active for this playthrough, which is redacted. So feel free anytime you see a redacted statement on any of these documents, and when I say redacted, to actually post it if you like. Because there's a lot of redacted things in this game.
This seal. I saw it a long time ago. I keep seeing it in my dreams.
Expenditure Summitry, Executive Sector, Quarterly 2. Major, Staffing Surveillance redacted. Data Center Initiative Construction redacted. Minor, office equipment, janitorial costs redacted. Mold removal. Headquarters livability costs. For cost breakdown spreadsheet, see page 5. For 5-year comparison chart, see page 9. So here we have the character Dr. Darling, who is actually played by Matthew Peretta, who is actually the voice actor for Alan Wake. And that's actually what he looks like. So the live action sections where you see Dr. Darling in the footage is actually actor Matthew Peretta. So for the first time in a Remedy game, we actually see Matthew Peretta, his live action self, acting in a Remedy game, as opposed to just providing a voice, which he does for Alan Wake. Here is Artie, the janitor. He's such a great character. And this was Zachariah Trench, the until now he was the current director of the Federal Bureau of Control, but he's now dead. He was the guy that we saw in the cutscene shoot himself in the head.
Federal Bureau of Control. All these years I've been looking for them and they were hiding in plain sight.
Federal Bureau of Control, attention all redacted. Redacted a shark in his redacted. Although secure redacted. Permission to redacted following basic protocol redacted. Shoot to kill redacted. Good luck. Federal Bureau of Control. Hello. As you all should know by now, the R4 reports are due by the end of the week. We're still waiting on them for a number of people. If you need an extension, please request form R4.E from your supervisor. If you think you're exempt from filing an R4, then you'll need to get written permission from your department chief saying so. Remember, R4s are mandatory under section 75.2 of the Employee Manual. If your R4 requires interdepartmental claims, then please contact the appropriate department head. Dr. Darling, Ms. Marshall, Mr. Salvador, or Mr. Kirkland, as needed. They'll be busy on Thursday in their annual policy review, so please schedule accordingly. Best, your admin team. I hear an Artie singing.
Hello?
Kerran
Hey, excuse me.
Elämän alla synkän meren. There you are. You are here about the job. Janitor's assistant. You need to go to the interview. Go that way to the elevator.
Thanks. Elevator that way. Got it.
Very good. I'm Ahti, the janitor, by the way. You'll work for me. You can say I sent you. If they don't hire you, niin johan on helvet. There be work for the axe. Take them behind the sauna, jumalauta.
I've done enough night shift loner jobs to know it makes us come off weird. Ahti the janitor is a friendly face in my book.
Better than somebody with no face at all. Think about it. No face.
But that said, I know what you're thinking. If there's an axe murderer around, that's him.
I like how Ahti can actually read Jesse's mind when she mentioned about, working enough loner jobs and, about face and all that stuff. Hey there, Godfather Al, the handsome young Rod who redacted word of God. Hey there, how's it going? Nice use of the redacted emote there.
The cell and the poster. I was 11 years old the first time I saw behind the poster. They told me I imagined it. I've been trying to pull it down ever since. Will you help? Did I lose you there for a moment? You know what's on my mind. My baby brother, Dylan. 17 years since the men of this bureau took him.
My wife has been missing for a week, and the police told me to prepare for the worst. So, I went back to the Salvation Army and got all her stuff back. Jeez.
We're starting from the top.
Federal Bureau of Control reminder regarding drafting any public-facing material. While pending any notifications of death related to the Willow Altered World event, please adhere to the following guidelines. Words and phrase to use. In the service of his/her country. Regret. Proud, pride. Will be remembered. Words, phrases to avoid. Alaska, scissors, blood, bleed, loss, apologies, sorry. Hey there, Lighters. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. It sure is. Absolutely. It's funny, after ending the stream of Alan Wake, I thought I'd try downloading the Dolby Atmos settings for the Xbox headset settings. And I thought, give it a try. Maybe, there won't be any audio issues with that one. What happens? Start the stream with this, first cutscene plays, and with that audio setting chosen, there's no dialogue audio in the cutscene. So I'm glad I didn't pay the $22 to get that forever, because currently it's just a 7-day trial, so I won't be taking advantage of that further. So now I've had to put the audio settings back to stereo uncompressed, which is the setting that if there's a game that's going to have that static audio issue, it'll happen with the stereo uncompressed setting chosen. If I choose the other option, which is Windows for Atmos or whatever it's called, then the dialogue audio issue will also happen with that. So it's just So knock on wood, the audio static issue doesn't happen with this. Otherwise, if it does, I'm going to have to reinstall the Xbox One version and then play that for the playthrough. Because when I played that for the first time in 2020, I didn't actually have any issues with the audio. So I'm hoping that if I do have audio issues with this version, which is the Ultimate Edition for the Xbox Series S, I'm hoping that I can at least play the Xbox One version again. So we'll just have to see how it goes. Federal Bureau of Control. Barbara, I'm not to be disturbed. Cancel all my appointments for the day, for the rest of the week. I can't trust them, Barbara. Not a single one. Trench.
Shit. Shit. You want me to pick it up? The murder weapon? Really?
Zachariah Trench.
Something's outside. Was coming here a mistake?
Until now, he was the director of the Federal Bureau of Control. Now he's not. And he's played by James McCaffrey, who was the original Max Payne. I mean, I think he's played Max Payne in all 3 games anyway, so there is only one original Max Payne to this day still.
And there goes the poster.
Objects of power can cause or be results of AWE's altered world events, intrusions upon the perceived reality. Now, the service weapon is, of course, a prime example of an OOP, a very powerful one. Ingrained in the Bureau's DNA, a key component in our prime candidate program. Come out of that Russian roulette a winner and you're it.
Look at this place. Where am I? The same gun. Okay, now I have a gun.
Something's coming. This threat. An attack. Duty as director. Keep the Bureau safe.
Did you hear that? It's the dead man. Right after the pyramid spoke to me, and it was just noise, and I understood every word. And this gun's alive. You know what? I'm happy. Happy to be here. Things have quieted down outside. Is it safe to go?
Godfather, you admit you tried the game but couldn't get into it. The gunplay felt generic, and the story just felt like one of those intentional mindfuck scenarios that never really reveals anything. Maybe some of the documents in the game did, but never can be bothered reading those in any game. Graphically, the whole place looked like one really washed out place, so a couple of reasons you couldn't get into it. Yeah, that's definitely understandable. Yeah, there's definitely a lot going on in the story as you go through. And if you're not one to read stuff, there can be some extra background stuff that you might not know about. But that's definitely understandable. Service weapon, Object of Power 1-KE. Containment procedure, no unique procedures required. Description, para-utility. The object's form is variable. When bound, the object allows para-utilitarians to redacted. This object must only be bound by individuals seeking the role of redacted, which is actually director. The object will determine whether redacted. If rejected, the applicant is terminated. This process is dictated by the redacted, though their criteria is unknown. Background. The object was discovered inside the oldest house, in the room that is now used as the director's office. The popular hypothesis, redacted, many forms throughout history, redacted, Mjolnir, Excalibur, Balinastra, all weapons that redacted of their wielders. If object of power are the convergence of forces based on the collective subconscious, then this may be the original manifestation of that event. If this is the case, redacted. See Dr. Darling presentation 11.1 for more details. Director Trench photograph. So much is expected from the director, the responsibility, the privilege. Zachariah Trench. Godfather, when you were younger you would have forced yourself through it, but not as much time nowadays, and the gaming to playlist is ever increasing. You know later she gets Force-like powers, which is cool. That's true, yeah, there's definitely a lot of different powers that you'll get throughout the game. But that's definitely understandable too, having so many games to get through. Sometimes you just have to go for the ones that really grab you and hold your attention.
Objects of power can cause or be results of AWE's altered world events, intrusions upon the perceived reality. A side note, remember to cover their connection to the astral plane as well. Now, the service weapon is, of course, a prime example of an OOP, a very powerful one. Ingrained in the Bureau's DNA, a key component in our prime candidate program. Come out of that Russian roulette a winner and you're it. Lose and you're, well, fired. Thank you. I'm Dr. Darling, Head of Research, Federal Bureau of Control.
You can't let this happen. 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 You stopped it. You... Oh, thank you. That was... horror.
So there's a entity that Jessie has inside of her, which she calls Polaris, and it basically gives her certain insights and things like that. And these Hiss, which is basically the enemy types, what Polaris did there was actually prevent Jessie from being overtaken by the same thing that is turning everyone into the Hiss. Field research on Hiss entity, Hiss corrupted security guard. The Bureau has many internal security personnel. The Hiss was quick to take advantage of this fact. Hiss guards used the standard issue bullpup rifles they carried prior to corruption, while the armored guards carry pump action shotguns. They have no observed paranatural abilities with the exception that certain Hiss guards are protected by a shielding of dense Hiss resonance, capable of stopping bullets. Is this shielding a result of prolonged Hiss corruption? Does the Hiss mature in organic hosts over time? More data is needed. Did the Hiss target individuals with combat training? Does the Hiss have that level of cognizance? Does it utilize hosts for tasks they are best suited to? Combat-trained hosts are reserved for combat? These are all questions for later, though it is obvious that corrupted individuals retain knowledge on the use of their weapons. Refer to file redacted for full report. Compiled by Emily Pope, Research Specialist, by order of Director Jesse Faden. So now that Zachariah Trench is dead, and Jesse Faden has picked up the service weapon, and it has actually accepted her as director, she is now the director of the Federal Bureau of Control. And Emily Pope is a character that we're going to meet soon.
The hotline. Secure line of communication. Guidance. Reach the hotline.
The hotline, says the dead man. Okay.
Federal Bureau of Control. Agenda items for next executive meeting. Rising costs of Altered World event response. Update on mold eradication efforts. Upcoming annual salary review. New supplier of coffee filters to be found and vetted. Please come prepared. Thank you for your time. Yesterday, I couldn't figure out if someone was waving at me or the person behind me. In other news, I lost my lifeguard job. Oh no. Tim.
Reminder, if you experience an unanticipated build... Reminder, if you experience an unanticipated building shift, follow these simple steps. 1. Search the room for any altered items or objects of power. 2. Carry the altered item or object of power to the nearest safe room. 3. Wait for Bureau staff to find you and the object. If there are no altered items or objects of power in the vicinity, then reach your supervisor via the nearest intercom and await further instructions. Thank you for your attention. Building shift, follow these simple steps. 1. Search the room for any altered items or objects of power. 2. Carry the altered item or object of power to the nearest safe room. 3. Wait for Bureau staff to find you and the others.
Federal Bureau of Control. Dinner reservations at 7 p.m. at Chez Ambre. Wife will meet you there. Don't be late. Flowers are ready for you at lobby reception. Remember, she is turning 46. Don't let mold hitch a ride. Perform daily body checks for... What? For foreign plant matter. There we go. The hole in your room is a hole in you. So these hiss affected are actually chanting. And if you turn the music and ambience volume down to 0 and sound effects to 0 and leave the dialogue open, you can actually more clearly hear what they're saying over and over again. Federal Bureau of Control, confidential, for Marshal's eyes only. Marshal, we checked out the suspected AWE in Duluth. Wasn't anything. Just like the house fire before this, and the malfunctioning clothes dryer before that. My team is getting pretty sick of duds. We need to find a better way to sort the fake AWEs from the real things. Or you need to rotate these field agents off for a bit. Anyway, we're en route to Sherman Ranch, next one on the list. Let's hope it's a little livelier there. Sincerely, Special Agent Keenum. Energy recovery. Speed. Just equip that temporarily.
Hissing sound that tried to invade me earlier. The hiss, burrowing into everything in this place. Is the hiss your enemy? Alright, it's our enemy. That babble's contagious. It burrows in like an infuriating melody that makes you hum it over and over.
Federal Bureau of Control. How to handle unscheduled visitors entering the lobby. Start with the following. Welcome to the Federal Bureau of Control, established in 1964 as part of an effort to strengthen government relations. We are proud to serve the United States and her people as we strive for transparency and excellence in all aspects of our esteemed nation's infrastructure. If they do not leave, then ask them these questions. Are you here to see someone? Are you from New York City or just visiting? How did you find this place? If their answers are sufficiently harmless, explain that this is a secure federal office and that they'll need to leave. If their answers seem redacted, escort them to a private room. There, perform the Gunnar's psychological assessment. If their responses are within the acceptable range of deviance, see the provided scoring sheet, then redact it immediately. Remember, there's no such thing as too suspicious. Definitely right about that. Examination of paranatural topics, urban legends. Urban legends are believed to affect the creation of altered materials, but can also dictate the characteristics of an altered world event. Urban legends are understood as the modern evolution of Jung's archetypes. We recognize certain redacted, informed by our own redacted, and popularized by our media. We have additionally proven that urban legends can be artificially redacted in popular culture using Redacted, our Bureau-made anthology television program. Once the seeds are sown, human imagination exacerbates the details. Certain paranatural phenomena contain clear elements of popularized folklore, AWEs that only occur on Redacted. A pair of scissors that consume human Redacted through 2 punches on the Redacted. These details, living in the minds of so many, have been given strength through belief. Urban legends are not just stories for children, they are paranatural realities waiting to happen. Refer to file 4936942 for full report.
Must cleanse control points. An enemy. Corrupt. Spreading.
Cleanse the control point. What does that mean? Help me fix it.
Right, reload speed, we'll add this temporarily. This will be better to equip. Health recovery per element pickup. I'll have that equipped instead.
I think my wife's cheating on me. She said, I'll be home in 10 to 15 max. My name is Bane.
I'll be home in 10 to 15 max. That's a good one.
Holy shit. You did it. We did it.
Hello? Can you hear me? Are you with us? With the Bureau? Are you still sane? Please, talk to me. We saw you deal with the compromised agents. Is it safe to come out?
So Emily Pope is the character we're about to meet now. There was a document that I read earlier where I mentioned that we'll be meeting her soon, and so here is Emily Pope.
I can't tell you how happy I am to talk to somebody sane.
The feeling's mutual. Yeah, I'm Pope, Emily Pope, Dr. Darling's assistant.
My turn. Should I lie?
Jesse Faden. I'm just visiting.
I should have lied.
Oh, shit. You're the new director. Hold on. We're coming out.
Director Faden.
Call me Jesse.
Okay, Jesse. I'm Emily. Look, somehow this hostile force, this
Hiss?
that works. Somehow the Hiss managed to infiltrate the building without any warning.
And just like that, my name for it is official. The hiss. Like the sound of poison gas leaking in.
We're in full lockdown. It seems to have spread everywhere and to everyone not protected by an HRA. And, extraordinarily, you. You are the director, and that makes you special by definition. Trench is no longer the director, obviously. I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. This whole situation is just a lot.
Trench is dead. Shot.
Ah.
I found his body. And the gun.
Do I tell her it looked like a suicide?
The service weapon.
Also, and this can sound crazy, but he keeps appearing to me, saying things. It's hard to make out, but he told me to cleanse the control point, push the hiss out. The whole room shifted around.
You did that? And you entered the building when it was already in the lockdown before you became the new director? How?
I'm not ready to tell her about you yet.
A janitor let me in.
I love it. This is fucking unbelievable. I can't even... Look, Jesse, I have a million questions, and you probably have a million more.
Like, do you know my brother Dylan? Not yet.
But there's something I need to ask you to do first. If you can cleanse a control point, then you can maybe cure those infected or possessed by the hiss. Because if that's possible, our options are very different.
Emily Pope. I don't know her, but I like her already. She's the opposite of the faceless agency I've blamed for what happened to me for so long. But I can't trust her yet. Or rather, the Bureau she's a part of.
Yes. I can try.
I'm speaking for you, of course. We can try it together. Okay. You with me? We did it before. Push the hiss out.
Hey there, little interaction. Welcome to you. I'm going good, thanks. Things are going well. How about you?
Hiss has burrowed too deep.
Field research on Hiss entity, Hiss corrupted agent. The Hiss manifest in human hosts in numerous ways. The most common and least intense form is seen in the many corrupted agents floating throughout the Bureau. The Hiss agents have maintained their human appearance, undergoing no obvious physical transformation. The most notable distinction from an unaffected human is the fact that they levitate. These Hiss have displayed no aggressive behavior. They only seem interested in vocalizing the strange incantation ad infinitum. Perhaps these vessels are only meant to propagate the Hiss corruption, like spores or Wi-Fi boosters. Or are they cocoons preparing to enter the next stage of evolution? When attacked, Hiss agents disappear, perhaps entering a state of invisibility or undergoing a transformation into a purely resonant form. Research is ongoing. Refer to file redacted for full report.
Ripping it out rips them apart.
Jesse, over here. We need to make a plan.
I can't cleanse them.
I saw. It was worth a shot. Thank you, Director. Jesse.
I'm gonna tell her why I'm here. I'll risk it.
Listen, the Bureau was involved in an incident in my hometown, Ordinary, 17 years ago. The Bureau came in and covered the whole thing up. I've been looking for this place for a long time.
That's enough. Maybe that's too much already. I can't tell her about Dylan and the rest yet.
I've seen mentions of an Altered World event case dealing with Ordinary. You were at Ground Zero as a child? It was one of the big ones, and before my time. And very classified. I can try to dig out some old files for you. My boss, Casper Darling, would know, but he's missing. I think he knew this was coming, or suspected. He came up with the HRAs, the Hadron Resonance Amplifiers. I think they're what saved us. Or a few of us. And Director Trench would know.
Trench, the ghost, or whatever he is, he mentioned something called the Hotline. Said I should find it.
It's another object of power, like the gun, an old Bakelite telephone. A direct line of communication between the director and the board. Maybe he can talk to you more clearly through that. I mean, Trench has years and years of experience. He might know how to destroy the Hiss.
Where is the hotline?
It's kept in the communications department through the mailroom. It's part of this sector, so we can access it even with the lockdown in place. We'll get the door open for you.
Okay, that's my next stop.
That's Tomasi's department. He's the head of communications. I don't think he had an HRA. He kind of made a point about not wearing one earlier. Keep an eye out.
They call me the director. But that's not me. I'm not a director type. I'm not a leader. Why am I here? I think you already know. Yes, I came for my brother, but there are other reasons too. I said I was looking for answers, but I might never understand them. I'm not looking for proof. This is already it. More than enough. No matter what they told me all those years, I know it's real now. I didn't imagine this. I want to be a part of this world. What scares me shitless is that I finally found it. Only to see the Hiss destroy it all.
Don't hesitate to ask me anything you want to know. There are no stupid questions. The door...
Portrait of Director Zachariah Trench. The only person you should fail is yourself. Zachariah Trench. Alright, so I've already got a health recovery mod with 24% health recovery per element pickup, and this new one is only 20%, so I'll deconstruct that to get materials from it. Hey there, Harbinger, welcome. Thank you for redeeming the scene reenactment as Schwarzenegger. Alright, so I've got a scene. The structure of this roof cap is exactly like the kind of telemetry tracker that NASA uses to identify dead pulsars in deep space. Cold-riveted girders with cores of pure selenium. Everybody getting this so far. So what? I guess they just don't make them like they used to. No, nobody ever made them like this. I mean, the architect was either a centrified genius or an authentic wacko. Ray, for a moment, pretend that I don't know anything about metallurgy, engineering, or physics, and just tell me what the hell is going on. You never studied. The whole building is a huge, superconductive antenna that was designed and built expressly for the purpose of pulling in and concentrating spiritual turbulence. Your girlfriend lives on the corner of penthouse of Spook Central. She's not my girlfriend. I find her interesting because she's a client and sleeps above her covers. 4 feet above her covers. She barks, she drools, she claws. It's not the girl, Peter, it's the building. Something terrible is about to enter our world, and this building is obviously the door. The architect's name was Ivo Shandor. I found it in Tobin's spirit guide. He was also a doctor, performed a lot of unnecessary surgery, and then, in 1920, he started a secret society. Let me guess, Gozer worshippers. Right. No studying. After the First World War, Shandor decided that society was too sick to survive. And he wasn't alone. He had close to 1,000 followers when he died. They conducted rituals up on the roof, bizarre rituals intended to bring about the end of the world. And now, it looks like it may actually happen. So be good, for goodness sake. Whoa, somebody's coming. That's a long scene, but that's from the original Ghostbusters. It's when they've been thrown in prison and they're sort of looking over these blueprints of the building where Dana Barrett actually lives. And they find out all about Ivo Shandor and all that type of stuff. And so at the end there, when the line goes, "So be good for goodness sake, whoa, somebody's coming," Peter Venkman is basically singing that like it's Santa Claus. Harbinger, only 1 hour into the stream, you woke up almost at the start. You almost did, that's true. Yeah, I can't believe we're almost streamed for about an hour already. I hope you had a good sleep.
Door to the comms department is just outside the boardroom back in the lobby. They should have gotten it open by now. Follow the signs to the mailroom. You can get to the hotline containment chamber through there. Good luck, Jesse. See you back here once you have the hotline.
Thanks, Emily.
The hotline should be in the communications department.
Where did the hiss come from?
I'm not sure. You said the hiss was here when you entered. Did you see anything like that outside before you came in?
No. No, just inside.
The source is internal then. See, the oldest house is a sprawling complex with openings to other places as well. I don't even know where to start looking. But in the context, it's good news. The lockdown holds. The hiss escaping the building would be the end. Pretty shitty world out there if you ask me, but I wouldn't want the hiss to destroy it.
With you on that, Emily.
Hey there, Jeremy. How's it going, dude? The map in this game confuses you so much. I get confused in maps in any game generally, but this game can have a confusing map, that is for damn sure as well.
You mentioned the oldest house. What is it?
This building, the Bureau headquarters, the oldest house, is a shifting place. You've seen it. It transcends its physical limits.
I've been to New York a few times. How didn't I notice this place?
It's an attribute of the building. This is a place of power. The oldest house doesn't like attention, so unless you're purposely trying to find it, you don't, which is perfect for us. The work we do here is essential, but unstable. The Bureau prefers not to be noticed. And we need strong walls to make sure nothing gets out.
So without you, I never would have found the front door.
Okay. This Trench guy. I keep hearing him in my head. Is he a ghost? Haunting me?
I doubt we're talking about a ghost in the traditional sense, but an echo maybe. See, if he was killed by the service weapon, your gun, maybe it's his final thoughts recorded by the bullet in his brain, like a deep space probe sending back data. But that's just a hypothesis on my part. I'd need the gun to research it. But you better hold on to that given the circumstances.
I think I will. Yeah. Can you tell me what an object of power is exactly? This is all, well, new to me.
Don't worry, I love going over the basics. So objects of power are mundane objects that house paranatural energies and have developed a link to the astral plane and can thus be controlled, which is what differentiates them from altered items, which are still housings of paranatural forces, but are more volatile and cannot be bound in the pure utilitarian sense. Got it?
Did she memorize this?
Got it. Thanks.
I forgot to edit the about the stream, so I'm just in the process of doing that now. I still had it for the Alan Wake game. Alright, there we go. Next time the message for the game Control should be the one that appears. But the info in there is still valid about the spoilers. Whenever I play Alan Wake, I talk about Control spoilers, and whenever I play Control, I talk about Alan Wake spoilers. But yeah, the next time the message appears in stream about what's actually being played, it'll be the Control message.
So HRA stop you from becoming Hiss?
Well, it seems that way. I mean, I hadn't even heard of an HRA until a few weeks ago when Dr. Darling started handing them out. Well, I began analyzing mine as soon as I got it. I mean, each one seems to emit a powerful short-range frequency way beyond anything I've ever seen.
Doesn't the timing seem suspicious?
I thought that too. Dr. Darling usually likes to unveil his latest breakthrough in big presentations. With these, he just passed them out. Yeah, his behavior makes me wonder what exactly he knew.
Thanks, Emily. I'm sure I'll have more questions soon.
Just let me know.
Federal Bureau of Control. Listen, I know you can't control building shifts, but the executive level restroom has been missing for weeks now. I worked my ass off in the Islamabad station for 3 years. I've earned the right to a nice workplace shitter. If you can't bring it back, at least find out where it went. D. Rodriguez. How annoying would that be? Living in a building that actually shifts things around, and basically the building gets rid of your toilet for 3 weeks. Or for a few weeks, however many weeks. examination of paranatural topics, technological limitations of the Oldest House. The Oldest House imposes certain limitations on our Bureau, but by far the most restrictive is the inability to use certain technological instruments. The Oldest House does not allow devices that receive or emit any redacted signal. Radio waves are the only transmittable signals in the Oldest House, and even those are often unreliable. If the power of collective unconscious is taken into account, it could be that certain pieces of technology are too new in the cultural redacted for the Oldest House to redact them. Similarly, these items have not been known to become receptacles for altered status. Technology may be moving at too fast a pace for the redacted to occur. Modern technology tends to disappear and break here, sometimes quite violently. Redacted agents have been injured by cell phones exploding in their pockets while entering the Oldest House. Refer to File 419-1935 for full report.
There it is again. A welcome message.
Alright, so his dialogue is now looping back around. So everything that Tomasi just said is what the other hiss that are levitating in the air are actually repeating over and over and over and over again, that whole big spiel. Week 83 report. Visited the following Nevada accommodations: Desert Sun Inn, Big Sky Motel, Starlight Motel, In and Out, Aztec Court, Sleep E Bear Motel, Silver Spurs Ranch, El Gato Blanco Inn, A Plus Lodge. Expenditures: accommodation $831.29, meals $714.84, gasoline $295.12, minibar $313.61. I do wonder if a motel called the Ocean View is going to be found in a landlocked state, but hey, I guess I'm not paid to think, right? And for the record, I again request that you give us the budget to get 2 rooms each night. Agent Rowley and myself are very tired of sleeping in the same room. See you on the road. Agent L. Hines. Asterisk. The boys in research said performing rituals may help identify any places of power. Drinking those little whiskies is my ritual. Achievement unlocked. Record Keeper. Collect 80 collectibles. Cool. Federal Bureau of Control, please be aware, due to recent fluctuations in the nearest control point, this area's stability has been downgraded to yellow. Reference chart. Green, stable. Yellow, low possibility of unanticipated building shifts. Orange, high likelihood of unanticipated building shifts. Red, frequent unanticipated building shifts. Field research on Hiss entity, the Hiss barrier. The Hiss resonance field is a physical impediment that is difficult to define. Hiss barriers appear as ways to impede escape or access by Bureau personnel. 2 methods have been discovered for lowering them. 1. Destroy the multiple concentrated resonance sources found in the vicinity. 2. Destroy the Hiss entities in the area. Resonance fields seem to require support for their size and density from other non-connected sources of Hiss resonance. Without the ability to draw from these sources, the barrier will fall. Does an inactive structure made of Hiss resonance qualify as a conscious being? Does the distinction make any difference when considering the Hiss? What does the very act of building walls to prevent our movement tell us about the Hiss? To what degree is it watching and planning? Refer to file redacted for full report. Havana, Altered World Event 48. An auditory event occurred at the United States Embassy in Havana, injuring the majority of diplomatic staff stationed there. Redacted deaths were reported and the outgoing information has been managed. Event response. Bureau agents arrived at the embassy on the same day as the event was reported through federal channels, but were too late to witness the AWE, which is reported to have been redacted. Staff experienced sudden intense vibrations and noise, accompanied by an intense pressure in the ears. This lasted for redacted minutes. No visual phenomena was witnessed. The scene was cordoned off and the embassy staff were transported to the continental US. After Formula I.9 was recited in the vicinity, a single cowboy boot began to vibrate, identifying it as an altered item. The item was contained and brought to the Bureau for examination. See case file A1 AL85 for details. Machine God. I had a dream and I built the thing I saw in my dream, a machine that will contain God but not the God you know or the ones anyone knows, a new God. This machine will be his body, his heart and his mind. I made it just like the dream showed me. I used the motor from the refrigerator and the coils from my toaster and the fans, plus the timing belt from my car's engine and the wheels from my son's skateboard. God can't move yet, but the dream said he would learn how on his own. This is just a beginner's body, like a baby's but a machine instead. God only needs a place to start. If you want to interview me, please contact me at the address on the envelope. My phone does not work anymore. I had to use the dialing plate on God. This is some random letter that someone has sent to the Bureau in the hopes that they will be investigated because they're claiming that they're some kind of, special supernatural person or something. Singing fish. Mr. Governor, I called the police, but they never come to my house. I got a problem and you got to send folk to fix it. I got my wife one of them singing fish on the walls. It's not a real fish. It sings when you hit a button, but it's got the devil in it. It flies around at night and sings devil songs. Says lots of cuss words. The devil got in my house because of the fish, and you got to come handle it. My wife is real upset. When can you come? Sincerely, Dwayne Barr. Trench, dead letter approval. Federal Bureau of Control. Greetings, Director Trench. I'd like to thank you for approving my request for the Dead Letters archive. Cataloguing the Bureau's collection of delinquent mail will provide an extremely handy database that research teams can use to search for any connections or related topics found among the letters. Aside from the more functional purposes, the archive will allow us to preserve these windows into authentic human encounters with the paranatural world. The letters came to us from various places and times, gathered by the Postal Service as undeliverable. The Bureau is the perfect home for them. I realize not all letters contain accounts of genuine paranatural events, but even the erroneous ones allow us insight into how the unknown is perceived by real people. Of course, I will first compile a system to allow us to analyze the letters for any information or suspected connections to AWEs and other altered materials. So thank you again. Can't wait to delve into my dead letters. P. Bardwell. Hey Tim, how's it going, dude? What's up, Roger? Never seen this game before? Yeah, this game came out in 2019, and it's by Remedy Entertainment, so the people behind Max Payne 1 and 2 and games like Alan Wake, etc. This is my second playthrough of the game. Yeah, I quite like this one. It's also set in the same universe as Alan Wake, so there's definitely a lot of connections between the two games as well. Achievement unlocked. Ritualistic thinking. Cleanse 5 control points. So the cool thing is, having played Control already on the Xbox One, it means on that version there's achievements I would have unlocked. And this is the Xbox Series S/X Ultimate Edition, which means I can get those same achievements all over again. Jeremy, any connections between Control and Quantum Break? Only references and things like that. Quantum Break's a different story. In Quantum Break,
we're on the right track.
There's actually some drawings on a whiteboard, and you can tell that they were sort of thinking about what their next game would be, because there's actually some references to Control and some things that ended up in this game that were in Quantum Break on that whiteboard. But in terms of actually any strong connection between the two are actually separate. One of the characters in that game, called Beth Wilder, is actually played by the same actress who plays this character, Jesse Faden, named Courtney Hope. So because Quantum Break only deals with time travel and not multiple dimensions, I think it's safe to say that Quantum Break doesn't exist in the same universe as Alan Wake and Control does. But Control and Alan Wake definitely do exist in the same universe though. There's a lot of references to events in Alan Wake in this game, and there's a whole DLC as well, which is focused on Alan Wake also. Book Club, Penny. Hello avid readers. The Bureau Book Bunch will convene at the usual spot in the corner table of the cafeteria at 5 PM on Tuesday, currently discussing Unless You by J.D. Brooks. Everyone should get their reviews to me by Monday before lunch so I can generate some conversation starters before the meeting. Happy reading, Penny Barwell. I'll play that with full screen on. There's some pretty trippy videos in this game. Oh, that's okay, Jeremy. No worries at all, dude. I wouldn't mind playing Quantum Break again in the future as well, because I've only played it once so far.
She walked into the city and didn't come back. I don't know what missing in actions is, but I sure wish someone would find her.
I'll help you look, Topher. We'll find your mama together.
I don't know what missing in actions is. Those Threshold Kids videos in this game are very creepy. Dead presidents. To whom it may concern. I am being contacted by the past presidents of the United States of America. They appear as spirit guides, giving me their wisdom. John Adams keeps saying I need to fix America, but I can't really understand him. They all have a lot of opinions. People tell me I'm imagining it, but Theodore Roosevelt showed me how to fix my lawnmower, and I don't know a thing about lawnmowers. Explain that! I have great dead men telling me about the past and the present. If you'd like to use my abilities to help run the government, please let me know. I know the White House could use me. Yours in earnest, James Bartholomew. Yeah, sure, we'll hire you on the spot. They really are, Jeremy. Yeah, they are really fucked up. I don't know what missing in actions is, but I sure hope someone would find her. Plus the song, the way that they sing it. We are the Threshold Kids. It's just like it's just a. I watched it in full screen.
8 inches.
So we have another presentation by Dr. Darling, who is actually played by the actor who voices Alan Wake, Matthew Peretta. And this is actually what he looks like, because he actually plays the role of Dr. Darling in live action in these recordings.
Just look at it. 8 inches wide and capable of storing a whopping 80 kilobytes. Stolen by our friends at the CIA, the disk held the launch codes to Soviet nukes. This is not the disk, of course, but one exactly like it. A perfect fusion of concepts vibrating in the Cold War era collective unconscious. A receptacle. It is a receptacle for dangerous energies to hone in on. And they did. We don't have the details, but when things started flying around the disk, it was transferred to us. It's an object of power. OOP. Oops. Oh, and it can launch things telekinetically through the air. To date, we've launched maybe 3 dozen pencils. And once, we even launched a cup.
A floppy disk, eh?
Object of power. Looks like the hiss have latched onto it. We need to cleanse it. It's harder to hear you when I'm here. It's like the channel's been changed. The board's in charge here. They're pyramids in the Bureau seal. Are they really the ones pulling the strings? I'm not their director. I'm no one's director.
Jeremy, I loved how you turned around right after seeing him get in the head. Yeah, I was like, boom, boom. I'll go back the other way temporarily. Just have a look. Dude's just lying there unconscious.
There you are. You were gone. Cut off. I got it. Just like you wanted, right? This will help me fight the Hiss.
For those wondering, Jessie's actually talking to an entity that is inside her that she's called Polaris. That's been there ever since she was a teenager, back when there was this supernatural event that happened in her hometown of Ordinary, and her brother went missing. Floppy disk OOP5-KE must be contained in a cell with no other loose material. The object is an 8-inch diskette containing Soviet-era nuclear launch codes. When bound, the object allows paratalitarians to telekinetically lift material and throw it a short distance. See Dr. Darling Presentation 11.15 for more information. The object is currently bound to Redacted for research purposes. Background: stolen from a Soviet military base located in Redacted by agents Redacted and Redacted with the CIA. The diskette contained launch codes to Redacted missiles believed to be reserved for use against Redacted. After being returned to America, the diskette began throwing computational hardware at members of the decoding team. An informant in the CIA tipped the Bureau off, and it was requisitioned by agents the next day. So the acquisition date was in 1974, which is actually in the same decade where the volcano in Bright Falls erupted. Hey Game God, welcome, how's it going? Hey there, Code. The disk's side effects include random spawning of dancing bears and half-empty vodka bottles. That is true. I forgot to mention that. You're chilling, Game God? That's excellent. It's always good to be able to do that when you can. Hiss Demolition Expert. Field research on Hiss entity, Hiss Corrupted Demolition Expert. The Bureau only allows certain highly trained individuals to handle volatile materials and weaponry. Our demolition experts are instructed in the use of explosives in dimensions with distinct physical laws, making them important assets for engineering work as well as combat situations. Hiss demolition experts are the only observed Hiss variations to wield the specially built rocket-propelled grenade that is designed to identify and track redacted entities once fired, making them a threat whose termination should be prioritized in combat scenarios. I find it remarkable that the Hiss restrict usage of this weapon to the Bureau personnel who train specifically for its use. What does this tell us about its behavior? Can it not pass along new information to corrupted entities? Still too many unknowns. Refer to file redacted for full report. Hiss Ranger. The Rangers are the Bureau's well-trained and well-armed expeditionary forces. Their Hiss-corrupted counterparts are equally formidable. Prior to corruption, Rangers were trained to use a variety of weapons in order to face any threat found during the AWE response or threshold exploration, including submachine guns, assault rifles, and automatic shotguns. Hiss Rangers utilize these weapons as well as the advanced tactics taught by Bureau instructors. Some are additionally outfitted with Bureau-made body armor. Hiss Rangers have no observed paranatural abilities beyond some being protected by a shielding of dense Hiss resonance, capable of stopping bullets. Considering the advanced training the Hiss Rangers are capable of applying to their situation, is it feasible to consider the human mind still remains intact to some degree, or is the Hiss able to tap into this combat training and utilize it? Further observation is required. Refer to file redacted for full report. Book Club. Samson. Book Club Notes for Penny by L. Sampson. So, I don't usually read a lot of sci-fi, but as far as space operas go, this was alright. The title, Unless You, could refer to a bunch of things in the book, I guess, but I thought it was a little vague and stupid. The way the characters kept throwing it around almost like a catchphrase got real annoying real fast. The best part of the story was the space battles. I sided with the Fixers, obviously, because they had the coolest tech, and their motives made the most sense to me. Honestly, if I had to choose between some hoity-toity flowers and guns space hippies, or a badass bunch of warriors who go around devouring planets like cheap sushi on a Sunday, I know who I'm picking. That scene where they invade City Planet and convert the entire population using those brain worms, and that space dogfight between those two ace pilots, sign me the fuck up. What kind of ruined the whole thing for me was when my favourite character got killed not even halfway through the story by getting a battery cylinder launched into his face by a gravitational anomaly. His death didn't feel necessary at all. 2 out of 5. Scathing review.
Emily said that the hotline can be reached through the mailroom.
Tomasi, Willow AWE Outcome. Reinformation Campaign Summary of Willow AWE. National news sites have begun publishing the story of the polar bear attack on the Alaskan town. You all know I don't like to boast, but claiming that the family was killed by migrating polar bears desperate for food because their ecosystem is being ruined by global warming was a stroke of genius. Using current ecological concerns makes the public much less likely to redact it. So, another AWE behind us and the public is none the wiser. Well done, everyone. It was a strong campaign and perfectly executed. This doesn't mean we can stop monitoring redacted, redacted, and redacted for any off-message opinions, but it's looking like we're in the clear. Tomasi out. Absolutely, Game God, I am, yeah. The first game of theirs that I ever played was the first Max Payne. But it wasn't until I played Alan Wake that I actually became a big fan of their stuff.
This must open the door.
Clearance level 1. Ouch, that looks painful.
Listening to America Overnight.
I'll listen to that in another screen. So America Overnight is a entertainment program that the Bureau actually uses as a way to field potential objects of power or altered world event sites by listening to people's phone calls that they ring up the station to tell them about. You know, like, oh, I saw this flying UFO over here, you know, and then the Bureau will go, oh, okay, let's see if there's enough to warrant an investigation to see what's actually going on.
You're listening to America Overnight, mystifying the airwaves for more than 29 years. Thank you for staying up with us. Ghosts. We've had many callers over the years tell us of hauntings, voices, and other phantasmagorical phenomena. Today, friend of the show, Dr. Quincy Reagan, tells his story. Quincy.
Thanks. This is something I experienced recently while staying at the Chili Pines Motel in Macon for last year's SuspiciaCon. I was in room 47. The night manager, an avid listener of the program, insisted I take this particular room. Now, the manager explained that years back, the body of a man was discovered under the bed, inside that wooden border that motel beds tend to have. And the body had been there a week, he said. Guests had stayed there, sleeping with the corpse a foot below them. They only found the body when housekeepers complained about the smell. Hauntings have been reported in room 47 ever since. I happily took the room. I fell asleep pretty quick, checking under the bed first, of course. No ghosts visited me, no chilly spots or flickering lights. But when I woke up, I found myself under the bed. It was dark and stiflingly hot. Luckily, I was able to push the mattress off and crawl out before I suffocated. The night manager was kind enough to find me another room.
Oh, there you have it, listeners. What we call ghosts take many forms. Quincy was brave enough to tell his story, and I encourage you to keep calling and writing whenever you encounter something strange, something you can't explain. Maybe you're seeing colors that we have no name for. Maybe your toaster is possessed. Remember, dear listeners, when no one else believes you, we do. America Overnight, we'll be right back.
America Overnight, episode 359. damn it. That's where it puts me back. Alright, trying to remember where I was when I died, because it still saved the fact that I got the passcode clearance for doors that are clearance level 1. Oh yeah, through here.
Emily said that the hotline can be reached through the mailroom. Here we go. Here's where I was when I died. System security evaluation. Confirmed data breach. Last month, our on-site server experienced an intrusion by unauthorized users. After a thorough investigation, it was confirmed that the users only accessed a video file, which contained portions of various Dr. Darling presentations. Investigators were able to track the users through their IP addresses. The following are the confirmed identities of these users: Patrick Strityans, Rubens Nogueira, Arto Kolomaki, Christopher Mills Bowling, and Jaco Saranen. These individuals are in breach of Bureau Code 91 and have been placed under surveillance by our external investigation team. Further action is pending.
Marshall, lockdown distinctions. Pay attention, Alberto. This is the last time I'm explaining this. Internal lockdowns are manually triggered events that lock one or all the sectors by restricting use of the sector elevator, effectively locking staff in their sector until the emergency is handled. They can only be lifted via the directorial override in maintenance once the director is satisfied that the situation is under control. External lockdowns are a bigger deal. Nothing in or out of the whole building. It's only triggered by a code red containment breach, based on some complicated system that security and research slap together. It can only be lifted once A, the threat has been neutralized, and B, a high clearance individual gives the system the all clear. This process is not the same as the directorial override, so stop saying so in documentation. I know it's confusing as hell. I've told Darling 100 times to change it, but they're adamant it stays the way it is. Honestly, I don't think they even know how to change it at this point. Let's just make sure our staff understand how this mess all works, okay? Marshall.
They can fly now. Great. I have a feeling he'll be back. Let's stay focused. The hotline should be past the mailroom.
There we go. Got in that time. Yeah, a bit of an oof there, Game God. Really early on, the enemies can really wreck you in this game. Haven't even scratched the surface. Hey there, Hornpub. Good morning to you, dude. What are you playing? Some early Jedi thing I see, moving furniture and stuff. Yeah, so this is the game Control. It's by the people who did Max Payne 1 and 2 and Alan Wake and Quantum Break. And we're playing as Jessie Faden. She's become director of this place called the Federal Bureau of Control. And recently she unlocked the ability to move things with her hands. Jeremy, which have you found more powerful, the weapons or tossing of objects? I think sometimes the throwing of the objects, especially later on when you get the ability to throw multiples in a row, I think that can do a lot of damage. Tea time. Federal Bureau of Control. Hey Malcolm. Yes, tea time is at 7. I'll see you at the course on Sunday morning. By the way, have you heard about this Tennyson report? Apparently there's a bunch of copies drifting around the office. Trench is looking to get his hands on any information about who wrote it. You wouldn't happen to have heard anything about that, would you? See you Sunday, Jim. Hiss elevated. Hiss elevated agents display abilities similar to telekinetic competencies observed in Bureau paratalitarians. Some prefer to charge their targets while others launch objects at them. Telekinetic attacks have been ineffective against the Hiss elevated due to their own talent in the area. They do not use any weaponry except their own paranatural capabilities. Some Hiss elevated have been seen levitating while strapped into chairs. This is likely the result of individuals being corrupted while undergoing cognitive recording in parapsychology. How are they able to use paranatural abilities? It is possible that these individuals were bound to objects of power prior to corruption. It's also worth considering that the Hiss resonance can identify and express latent paranatural ability in the individuals it corrupts. Refer to file redacted for full report. Damn you, Rod. You want to play this, but you're in the middle of Wasteland 3? Yeah, I've been looking forward so much to replaying this game. I think it was like early last year or mid last year when I did attempt to do a playthrough, but I had that audio issue with the dialogue not appearing on broadcast. So I was really bummed by that because I was looking forward to replaying it then. And then when I actually found out what was causing that issue, I was very excited to play this game to actually, get to do it. And so far, so good. The only audio issue I had at the start of the stream was because the option I chose for the headset audio that I'd actually downloaded an app for ended up fucking up, so I don't need to worry about using that for the full 7-day trial. It's already useless. So I'm glad I didn't pay the $22 it costs to actually get that setting in your headphones. So I went with stereo uncompressed anyway, and usually stereo uncompressed is what causes that static audio issue, which I haven't had happen so far on this playthrough, luckily. So there we go, we dealt with Tomasi, who had been corrupted by the Hiss. But AWE 17. A spate of disappearances was traced to a home in the city of Butt, where Bureau agents discovered a translocative light switch cord. Bureau agents arrived at the home of a local celebrity located at Redacted, which had been connected to a total of redacted disappearances in the area. Agents found no one inside. While searching a closet, an agent pulled the light switch cord and disappeared from view. Another agent was selected to pull the cord in order to replicate the event. He disappeared as well. Both agents were discovered at the oldest house, Redacted, days later, found in a sealed room by rangers exploring a new area of the house. The light switch cord in the Butt Holmes closet disappeared during this incident. Ah yes, the city of Butt. It's the smelliest place in the world.
Alberto Tomasi, head of comms.
Federal Agent, Federal Bureau of Control, United States of America, U.S. Federal Bureau of Control. Well done, everyone. It was a strong campaign and perfectly executed. Alberto Tomasi.
The hiss got him.
All right, take this down. The situation in Cuba has been evaluated by the... All right, take this down. The situation in Cuba has been evaluated by the relevant authorities. The mysterious illness affecting the staff at the U.S. Embassy in Havana was caused by sonic weaponry in the hands of a foreign power. Numerous personnel have damage to the inner ear, but most are expected to make a full recovery. Of course, the event also damaged their cellular walls, but we can't blame that on some stupid noise gun. Thank God no local doctors examined them first. Honestly, what are the odds an altered item would show up inside a U.S. embassy? Talk about good luck, huh? So much easier to... Hey, are you still recording this? Relevant authorities. The mysterious illness affecting the staff at the U.S. Embassy in Havana...
Yes, he was recording that.
In the hands of a foreign power.
Sonic weaponry. The Umbrella Corporation is the world's largest leading supplier.
Of course, the event also damaged their cellular walls, but we can't blame that on some stupid noise gun. Thank God no local doctors examined them first.
The hotline can't be far now.
Grip level 1. Consecutive kills boost. Damage after kills is plus 25%. Let's add that. Energy recovery speed. Alright, so we've got 1 which is plus 20% and 2 which are plus 19. So we'll deconstruct the ones that are plus 19%. This is something that you need to do when you're playing this game, because if you don't clear these out and go through them, it'll get to the point where it's all full and you won't be able to pick up new stuff, and you could potentially be picking up something that's better than what you currently have active. So it's good to go to loadout and check your weapon mods and do the same thing, and you may as well deconstruct them to get those materials. Hotline security log. All visitors must check in. 8/19/2019, 2:45 p.m. Director Trench. 8/26/2019, 12:13 p.m. Director Trench. 8/31/2019, 11:09 p.m. Bill Everett, Custodian. 9/2/2019, 2:45 p.m. Director Trench. 9/9/2019, 2:45 p.m. Director Trench. 9/14/2019, 10:57 p.m. Bill Everett, Custodian. 9/16/2019, 2:45 p.m. Director Trench. 9/23/2019, 2:45 p.m. Director Trench. 9/28/2019, 9:13 a.m. Director Trench. 9/28/2019, 10:59 p.m. Bill Everett, Custodian. 10:01/2019, 3:34 a.m. Director Trench. 10/12/2019, 11:03 p.m. Bill Everett, Custodian. 10/26/2019, 11:11 p.m. Carol Bishop, Custodian. I'm so happy to know all those. So now we're going to hear from Director Trench again, played by James McCaffrey, who is Max Payne. Butt supplement. Butt AWE 17. According to their testimony, the agents had been transported from the Butt home to a roadside motel, named the Ocean View Motel and Casino, and discovered a room key by performing a ritual. See file MOT-01. The key opened a door marked with an inverted black pyramid, which they only learned after a lengthy period of trial and error. After pulling another motel cord found inside this room, they were transported to the oldest house. The disappearances of the home's owner and the other locals of Butt have been attributed to the light switch cord. The Ocean View Motel is now known to have many doors and pathways. Since the occurrence, identical light switch cords to the one found in the Butt home have begun appearing throughout the oldest house. At the time of writing, redacted light cords have been found in the oldest house, located in the redacted and redacted sectors. These all access the Ocean View Motel, though how exactly this link operates is redacted, but initial hypotheses center on the Butt AWE as a redacted. See Dr. Darling presentation 24.3 for more details. And this happened in 1992. The year the first Mortal Kombat game came out. And here we go. Here's the light switch.
Casino. Dream logic. The light switch cord. The door marked with the black pyramid.
Been here before? No. I've stayed at a lot of roadside motels across the country, on the road, on the run, under the radar. This feels like all of them, like something recognized from a dream.
There's a spiral symbol. There's some books in Alan Wake that have that spiral symbol on it. Not that spiral symbols are unique to Control in Alan Wake, of course. You don't know if it helps you or not, but you got the game for free. Maybe if you had paid, it would have been more motivated, like it happened with Arkham Knight and now Wasteland 3. Yeah, because I guess when you get a game for free, you put it into the category of, I'll get to it one day eventually, because it's free, you know. There hasn't been like a major motivation to play it. Like, when there's a game that you want that costs money, then you're like, oh, I want that game, I have to get it. So then you buy it, and then you're like, well, I bought it, I need to play it.
Hello? Anyone here?
Key has a black pyramid on it.
I love that sound. Pick up the hotline. Harbinger Isu architecture confirmed. Like that, we expect compulsive weekly calls. Hey there, Hippie T. Good morning to you.
It is a phone. It's an object of power. It doesn't connect to any typical network. A direct line to the astral plane and the board. And my hypothesis is, under the right conditions, to other planes of existence as well.
A director needs a team. My management team. These people know the secrets of the Bureau as well as I do. Some even better. Darling, Tomasi, Salvador, Marshall. Marshall especially, my head of operations. She sees right through me. She knows I don't like relying on people. The only person you should fail is yourself. But things change when you become director.
They sure do, Max Payne.
I have it. The hotline. I can reach Trench. Well, listen to him. He feels more like an echo. An echo with important info. I need to get back to Emily.
That's correct, Hippie T. It is, yeah, a third-person game. We're playing as Jessie Faden, and she's become the new director of this Federal Bureau of Control agency that sort of investigate all these kind of like supernatural phenomena all over the world over the past, 50 years or so. But the building that the Bureau operates from has become overrun with this entity called the Hiss, which is basically possessing people and corrupting them and causing all sorts of issues. Hotline OOP3UE. Object should be inaccessible for use except to the director. Object is a 1960s era red Bakelite telephone. The rotary dial has been replaced with a black knob of unknown purpose. The phone weighs redacted. The object allows the director to communicate with the redacted. If used by anyone other than the director, the object will cause lethal redacted. See Dr. Darling Presentation 11.6 for more information. The object is currently bound to Director Trench. The object spontaneously manifested in the director's office, placed on the desk. Director Northmore was the first known Bureau agent to use it. A battery of tests were run on the object, including redacted and redacted, but its origin remains unknown.
Ring, ring. It's Dr. Darling calling. In 1978, a comms department intern heard the hotline ring and picked it up. going against every safety protocol in the manual. She never recovered. And the handful of witnesses required extensive memory repression therapy. It is a phone. It's an object of power. It doesn't connect to any typical network. A direct line to the astral plane and the board. And my hypothesis is, under the right conditions, to other planes of existence as well. Our very own Ouija board. Only the director can answer it safely, and what he hears is kept classified.
I can hear the hotline ringing in my dreams, constantly ringing. Ringing so loud I can't hear the voice I'm straining to understand. Why don't I pick up? It's a secure line of communication with the board. They would tell me what I need to know. Do I fear their answers? Would they have warned me of this threat? I didn't see it coming. The traitor in our midst. A conspiracy plotted right behind me. I can't trust anyone. I must assume all my intel has been manipulated. The hotline is the only channel I can trust. Bind it, control it. The rule and the ritual with objects of power. It can't be tampered with. The lifeline to the astral plane and the board. I must seek guidance. Soon. I'll rest first. I'm so tired. Always tired now. But I must reach the hotline. I think I'm under attack. An attack of dementia, exhaustion. It's a brain cloud making me forget. The hotline. I must reach the hotline. A director needs a team. My management team. These people know the secrets of the Bureau as well as I do. Some even better. They have proven themselves. Darling, Tomasi, Salvador, Marshall. Marshall especially, my head of operations. She sees right through me. She knows I don't like relying on people. The only person you should fail is yourself. So I followed my own orders. Northmore hated my guts for that. But things change when you become director. You suddenly see this dark void for the horror show it truly is, filled with screaming fear we pretend to control. Sand leaks through my fingers. The roses I pruned in the garden back when I still had a family, all dead. Heat escapes my body. My thoughts are scattered. The universe keeps expanding. I can't keep up with it alone. When I forget that, things go wrong. And my team has to pick up the pieces. Damage control. To help me get out of my mess. The Ocean View Motel and Casino is a familiar friend to me. I stayed in countless motels like it while investigating AWEs across the country, back in my field agent days. Those roadside motels all bleed together like a dream. Same and not the same. Anywhere and nowhere. The Ocean View operates on dream logic, and the light switch cord leaks out to be found in the most unexpected places, and sometimes successfully encouraged to appear and act as a convenient lock to keep out those not trained in dreamscape navigation. Even Bureau veterans can only find one key in the motel. The key that opens the door marked with the inverted black pyramid. The rest, the many other doors, are still mysteries to us. We're all merely guests there. Even the board. Sometimes I need to visit, just to breathe easier for a while. It beats the numb, sterile apartment I spend my nights in, insulated from everything but myself. I guess that's where the whiskey comes in.
Whiskey.
Something's coming. The whispers growing louder. The worst winter storm in Bureau history. A retribution for my sins. Our sins. This threat could destroy the Bureau, everything I've built. Destroy me. A web spun, turning this place against me. I catch glimpses of it in the corner of my eye. It's just out of reach. Elusive. It's clever. A perverse game of hide and seek. Is this part of an attack? Obfuscating the facts. Dimming my eyes. It's hard to tell. I need answers. I haven't heard back from Darling. I fear for my friend, my closest ally. I think we made a terrible mistake all those years ago. That thing he studies is putting us all in danger. It's my duty as director to keep the Bureau safe. It'll be difficult. What's done can't be undone. There's no easy fix. Magical thinking is a requirement for survival. Pain and suffering are mandatory. To change things, you have to break yourself. I don't know if I have the strength. I'm old and weak. I'm afraid. I can see my hands trembling. I'm losing control.
Something I like about the board is how it always has a word and then slash another word that means something similar. Or not always something similar, but also another thing. Alright, so now we've caught up with all of those hotline audios / video things.
People react strongly when I tell them about you. Is it too soon to tell Emily? She might be able to help.
Hey there, Afro Heart. Welcome to you. Very early stream, kind of, especially in comparison to yesterday's stream of AC2. But yeah, earlier today, about 12:30 PM, I finished off. Well, I started streaming Alan Wake and finished that off, and then about 4:30 in the afternoon, I started this this playthrough. Afro, this is a beautiful game, but the story is kind of all over the place. Yeah, the graphics are pretty good. This game came out in 2019, so I think it's pretty good still. This is the Ultimate Edition for the Xbox Series S/X. There's definitely a lot to the story. I must admit that I still don't know all the ins and outs of everything. I've played through it once before, but I do like all the ideas of objects of power and events around the world which are supernatural that they investigate and all that kind of stuff. It is quite stylized, that's for sure. After you got it for free on Epic, but it ran quite weirdly. The frame rate was all over the place, not very well optimized. Also, the traversal and backtracking can be a pain. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of that, sometimes, where you have to backtrack. But I love the abilities you get, especially when you start to be able to actually levitate. Afra, you only played it for a brief time. You think you got to the lower levels in the mine? You didn't finish it. Oh yeah, there's definitely an area that's kind of like a big mining spot where they have some kind of special material that they mine. Afra, the boss fight in the sewage plant where you fix some pipes, that was the last thing that you did? Oh yeah, there's definitely that part, pardon me, of the game. There's also some interesting kind of like side missions as well. Especially for the janitor, Artie. Some of the things that he wants you to do. It's a fairly decent length. I can't remember how many hours worth roughly, but I'll also be doing the 2 DLC that came with it as well. The Foundation and AWE, which normally stands for Altered World Event, but in the context of that DLC it actually stands for Alan Wake Event. Alright, now we can access... Oh, we can't. That's security level 4. Here we go. We can access this room now. Agent Death Notification. Federal Bureau of Control. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Potts, I regret to inform you that your son Graham Potts was killed in active duty this past week. While the details surrounding his death are classified, I am honoured to tell you that he died in the service of his country. You can be proud of his courage in the face of danger, and his commitment to protecting our nation against her enemies. He will be remembered by his comrades and colleagues. I sincerely regret the pain this message will bring you. Take some solace in knowing that his sacrifice helped protect the country he loves so much. His effects will be returned to you with all speed. Sincerely yours, Howard J. Murray, Deputy Chief of Communications, Federal Bureau of Control. Afro, what's the basic plot for this? Like a quick recap. So, Jessie Faden has been looking for where her brother was taken for 17 years. There was this major event that happened in their town, and he was taken by the Federal Bureau of Control. Fast forward to now, and she manages to find the building and enters through, and there's a whole crisis that's actually happening in the building. There's been this outbreak of some entity known as the Hiss, who's basically gone around and possessed people. And so Jessie has to actually go around and restore order and control to the whole building. But the building itself actually has powers. It can also actually shift and change appearance and change configuration and all that type of stuff. Hey there, Zereth.
But if a woodchuck word, how much word would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck word? Precious. Garland.
That is a good question, Zereth. The word that describes this is redacted. There's no first wall, second, third wall, no fourth wall, floor, no floor. You fight like a dairy farmer. How appropriate, you fight like a cow. Hell yeah, Zereth. I love the insult sword fighting in Monkey Island. Parautility. Examination of paranatural topics. Objects of power and their parautility. Objects of power are unique in their capacity to grant certain individuals paranatural abilities. We call these individuals parautilitarians. The potency of these abilities depends on the parautilitarian. Using the redacted object of power as an example, some parautilitarians can achieve a throw distance of redacted, while others are only capable as little as redacted. See Dr. Darling, presentation 11.15 for more information. What exactly determines an individual's paranatural competence is unknown, but it is largely believed that some redacted exists within the body and that, like all muscles, it can be exercised. To continue my analysis, I have officially requested access to the Northmore records, considering he is one of the most accomplished parautilitarians the Bureau has ever seen. Dr. Darling is still considering this request. Refer to file 854-1982 for full report. Zereth, it's epic. It well and truly is, and they were quite creative in coming up with the insults and the comebacks that you had to find. Well, that was quite cool. And I like how with the master of, the Sword Master of Melee Island, Carla, that she says different insults, but the insults she says have some similarities to the insults you've learned, so you have to try and still figure out what the right comeback is to that. I thought that was quite clever as well. That's okay, Zereth. Thank you for leaving the lurk, dude. Afro, who comes up with all this stuff? That's a very good question. One of the people I could say is Sam Lake, who wrote the story for Control. He is also the face of the first Max Payne as well. But he's one of the higher ups in Remedy Entertainment.
Jesse, did you get the hotline? I mean, how is it out there? The comms? The hiss? Sorry. You made it. I'm glad.
Emily? Let's talk.
Of course.
I got the hotline. I can make out what Trench is saying now.
Incredible. What did he say?
He talked about his management team. People who knew the Bureau's secrets. Your boss, Darling. Tomasi, but he's gone. He's gone. Salvador?
He's the head of security.
And Marshall?
Helen Marshall is head of operations. She's tough, ex-CIA. She took her Rangers and went to the research sector to secure the HRA production. She hasn't come back.
Someone who could help us. The other sectors. How do I get there?
It's impossible because of the internal lockdown. You can perform a directorial override to lift it, but that can only be done in the maintenance sector. Normally, you take the sector elevator down there. It connects all the sectors, but it won't work while the lockdown is in effect.
We already got past one lockdown.
Maybe I can find a way.
Jesse, look, with no prep, no training, in this extreme situation, you are doing phenomenally well. And all that and the hiss can't seem to affect you. I mean, I would love to run some tests on you. If you agree, that is. We could find out something that would help us.
Tests? I don't know. She might find out about you. But I wouldn't mind understanding more myself.
Okay. If you think it will help.
Great. I'll check the internal documentation for any lockdown bypasses. We need to get these sectors open to locate Darling and Marshall.
And I'll look for a way inside the maintenance sector. The sooner we find one, the sooner I reach this override.
Achievement unlocked. Unknown caller. Complete mission 2. Excellent. Hey there, Drake. Time to create new insults. AC Unity would have had a better chances of getting more sales if it was made by by Bethesda. I don't know about that, Drake. I'm not sure. Who knows what the game would have come out like if it was Bethesda behind it. Hey there, OG Inheritor. Welcome. Okay, health recovery, that's plus 24. This one is plus 19, so we'll deconstruct that. This one is launch efficiency minus 8, minus 9. Deconstruct that one. Just finished your Assassin's Creed 2 playthrough. You're almost done with the game. And you meant to say your stream for today. Just wanted to say a quick hello and haven't been on your stream in a while. That's definitely understandable, Inheritor. I hope that you had a great stream of Assassin's Creed 2. So you finished the playthrough, almost done with it. So what game are you thinking of playing after that? So it's on your PS5. Oh, nice. Oh, that's good. Well, I hope you had a great stream. And that's definitely no worries at all. You know, it doesn't matter if it's been a long time or a short time visiting the stream. It's definitely all good. Oh, nice. So you're going to do Brotherhood afterwards. Excellent. Yeah, I really like that game. It's a really good one. Directorial Override. The internal lockdown, an emergency security measure, is stopping Jesse from looking for Trench's missing management team in the other sectors. Jesse sets out to enter the maintenance sector to find the directorial override and lift the internal lockdown. And then Revelations after it. That's nice. That's cool to do the whole Ezio trilogy. That's a good idea. I like how one flows into the next as well. Where one ends, the next one picks up from. OG, but before you finish the game, you want to get all the feathers. You never got the feathers, 100 of them, because there's too many of them and they're all over each city, and that requires it to complete the game 100% completion. You want to get all the trophies on Assassin's Creed Ezio Collection. There's definitely a lot of them, and sometimes they are hidden so well also, especially when you've got ones that are above like a beam that's between two buildings. So hopefully you'll do well with that, and I've done it once without a guide, which took a long time, but generally now I use a guide whenever I do it, because there's just, you know, so many little nooks and crannies, and it's very, especially in Venice as well, because if you're trying to get all the feathers as you go through each city, when you get to Venice, the way that they've sorted out which part you can access first is in such a different order. I remember one time looking at a guide, and the numbers in the guide were over in some locations in Venice that I couldn't access yet. So I had to wait till later on anyway. So there's definitely a lot. Because on the City of Florence, you mostly got the mall. The one that you actually right now, it's in Venezia. That's the other one that you're currently working on right now. Oh, that's good that you got them in a lot of the other cities. You know, like Florence, and then you got the ones that are in Forlì as well, I think, and things like that. Initial Impressions. Analysis of his threat. Part 1. Confidential. Initial encounters with the entity known as the Hiss have revealed various behavioral facts. Most notably, the Hiss is able to invade or corrupt control points, altered items, and even humans, radically changing their behavior. Curiously, any person wearing one of the wearable HRA devices that Dr. Darling has been distributing over the past few weeks was not affected by this corruption. The only known exception to this fact is the new director, Jesse Faden, who possesses an inherent immunity to the Hiss. This could indicate that she has already been corrupted, but her behavior is so in contrast to that of the other Hiss that I have dismissed the theory. My final observation comes from Ms. Faden herself. She is able to cleanse material and organisms of the Hiss corruption. We tested this ability on a Hiss corrupted entity, but unfortunately the process seems to kill the host. Perhaps the host's physiology becomes reliant on the Hiss? More work to be done. Refer to the file redacted for full report. Oh, the ones in Forley. Oh yeah, that's no worries at all. Yeah, I don't know how many there are in there, but there's definitely a few.
Hi, Jesse.
Thanks, Emily. I'm sure I'll have more questions soon.
Just let me know.
It's like, hi Jesse, sit down. Thanks, I'll see you later, bye. OG, you only went there once during the mission where you had to talk to Leonardo. That's understandable, yeah, where you have to talk to him at the pier before you go to Venice.
Do you hear that? Someone's singing. Where's it coming from?
Singing. Sounds like it's coming from the elevator.
Attack the power plant. Brings up a lot of new questions. Are they communicating? Coordinating? What about the plant attracted them?
The power plant is largely confidential. No use guessing the Hiss's motives if we don't even know what kind of energy it uses.
What do you mean? It has to be a fusion reactor. There's no other way to create that kind of energy output, right?
Right? So board countermeasures are basically side quests that you can do. And different outfits, of course, too, but we've only got the civilian one available. Alright, abilities. OG, one thing you noticed on the feathers on the Assassin's Creed 2, they're 100, yes, but you think you're in Brotherhood. They cut them down to 50. Oh yeah, in Brotherhood there's definitely not as much in the way of feathers. They drastically reduced how many there are. Alright, so let's definitely put something into health. Achievement unlocked. Paralitalitarian. Unlock one ability upgrade. And we'll do 25% to launch damage. And that's all we can do for now. Oh no, we can unlock launch 2 if I wanted to. Or we can just save those points for later. I think I'll save them for later. As much as it's great to use melee, I don't think I'll be worrying too much about upgrading that, to be honest, because I generally just use a melee attack as a way to push the enemy away temporarily while doing some damage. But I'm not really using it to try and, you know, kill enemies in one hit with it. OG, and I think the reason why is because a lot of people are complaining about them in Assassin's Creed to be in 100 of them. Yeah, I've often found it quite curious that for something that's optional to do, people get really upset about the fact that you don't have to do them, to the point where they don't want any other players to ever have the ability to do it. I've never
They
really
say
understood
the
that.
Director can launch objects up to 20 feet.
Bullshit. We've never recorded any distance over 5.
Obviously, you never read the P6 data.
It's like, there might be optional stuff in a game that I complain about, but I don't want it to be taken away from other players who actually do like it. You know what I mean? Control points. Examination of paranatural topics. Control points. Control points are locations that the Bureau has identified as being vital junctions of the oldest house. When the appropriate harmonization devices are arranged around the control point in the redacted arrangement, the surrounding area will not experience any unforeseen building shifts. These control points are discovered by redacted detection of an unobstructed ping using the redacted within a 37-foot radius. Numerous researchers have attempted to define control points, calling them nerve junctures or redacted or vulnerable spots to the oldest house. The common factor in these theories is that the control points are susceptible to external influence, which allows us to stabilize the oldest house and work more confidently inside it. Theoretically, this technology could be extrapolated to stabilize the oldest house as a whole, but testing has found that certain parts of the building refuse to be redacted. Refer to file 725-2788 for full report. OG, and also the reward for getting the feathers in their game. You get the Auditore cape, but that cape makes you the most wanted in all cities. I feel like you'll be Ubisoft trollers with that, because yeah, you get all the feathers, but you get as a reward the most. That keeps you the most wanted. Yeah, that's the only downside to collecting the feathers, is the fact that what you get given isn't really something that gives you an advantage. It basically makes the game more challenging if you were to just want to go around and maybe explore some of the things you missed, or do the assassination contracts, you know, things like that. So it's a shame that there is some kind of like character reason why getting the feathers can be good, but not everyone's going to worry about that. And in all honesty, it's one of those things where if you're a player that doesn't care for collecting all the feathers, and you don't care for unlocking, you know, character interactions, then it won't be much of a miss if you don't do them. But it is good to see sometimes the cutscene where Ezio's mother sort of opens up a bit after all the tragedy that's happened. But yeah, gameplay wise, there's absolutely no benefit to having collected all the feathers.
Time to work. Meet me in the maintenance.
Meet me in the maintenance. Oh gee, yeah, you mean her mother basically stuck in shock? You mean she didn't say a word throughout the entire game? That's true, you know. It's actually implied, but they never show it, of course, but when the guards turned up looking for Ezio and everyone else, when she resisted, they did more than hit her. You know, they did way more than that. It's just that the game obviously didn't want to go into that graphic detail about what they did. But that's also one of the reasons why she doesn't say anything, because she's still in shock and trauma from what the guards physically did to her.
Like I said before, the janitor is a friendly face. The maintenance sector is the janitor domain. If I can find Ahti here, he can help me reach the override. Maybe it was you who got me into the oldest house with the lockdown on. Maybe it was Ahti. It felt like he made the elevator appear that took me to Trench's office. Is Ahti guiding me too?
Alright, I'm going to go and take a break. So I'm going to leave it on photo mode. Oh gee, that still is a messed up thing because her younger son was executed. You mean the kid didn't know anything about what was really going on, so you mean that just shows you that the Templars don't care? Absolutely, you know, because he had absolutely nothing to do with anything, but they still killed him because they wanted to wipe out the entire, Auditore family as well. But yeah, it's some really fucked up shit. So I'm going to take a break, and when I come back, we're going to continue on. I don't know how much longer I'll be streaming for, but I want to take a break anyway. So I'll be back soon. Alrighty then, back from my break.
The directorial override is right there, in the control room. How do we get there?
Hey there, Rosie. Welcome. Alright, so spoiler for you. What's that thing in her head? Well, I mean, I've only played through this game once, so some of the knowledge is a bit rusty, but Polaris is basically just the entity that Jessie came into contact with when she was a teenager with her brother in their hometown of Ordinary, and ever since then, ever since that experience, Polaris has actually been with Jessie. And at the start of the game, when the Hiss tries to infect her, Polaris is actually strong enough to prevent it from taking her over. Hey, Veda Mazda. Shin, spoiler, you are in the Matrix. I knew that. We've been in the Matrix since 1999. That's when it was invented. Shin, you found an interesting Easter egg in GTA 5. So what was it? One with caramel inside it? No, just kidding. Rosie, and Polaris is like the building? No, like they're separate entities. I'm pretty sure that Polaris is just a different type of thing. than the oldest house. The oldest house is a shape-shifting kind of location.
What's down that way?
New mission, a merry chase. Oh. Investigate the strange light in the break room. Oh yeah, Jesse learns of another object of power, a merry-go-round horse, below the break room. Shin, if you do donuts with any vehicle more than 3 times, the rear tires explode. This only happens in GTA San Andreas 4 and 5. Ah, I got you now. Yeah, that's something I didn't realize. But watch that in full screen goodness.
Drawing the pyramid.
The what?
The pyramid.
What's a pyramid?
The Black Pyramid. It's in the astral plane.
Airplane?
Astral plane. It's big, white, and empty. Or is it? It's a weird, crazy alien dimension. The white goes on forever. You can get lost in all that white and never find your way back home.
I miss my home.
That's fair enough. So that's about the astral plane. The aeroplane? No, the astral plane. What is a pyramid? Rosine, what happened to the brother? So the brother was taken to this building, and basically he was in line to become the new director of the Federal Bureau of Control, but something went wrong. He got corrupted and infected by the Hiss, and so now the next candidate after him was Jessie, and she's the one that became the director. So the brother's still alive, it's just that we haven't met him yet in the game, in this playthrough, and he's been possessed. Hornpub, what the hell is that? That is the #1 show, Threshold Kids, teaching people about, you know, things like astral planes. It was kind of like the Federal Bureau of Control's crazy way to do internal training or educational videos about certain aspects of the job. Rosie, isn't there a decade in between these events? There is, yeah. 17 years before this current time was when things went down in Ordinary and Jesse's brother was taken. Whoa. In the break room. I like that. Hey Cellcat, thank you so much for the 11 months in a row. Holy damn shit. That's awesome, Cellcat. Thank you so much for that support. I really appreciate it. How's things going? Rosie, so he's been the director for several years, or was it the Tommy Wami thing? Oh no, he was a candidate for it, but he wasn't actually put towards... He wasn't put in the role. The previous director actually was called Zachariah Trench, and he killed himself with the weapon that Jesse picked up, and then the weapon chose her to become the director.
Ugh, this place makes me nauseous. An object of power. How do you think it got down here? A carousel horse. Why is kid stuff always so creepy?
Hey there, Ember. Does this game have RTX? Since I'm not playing on a PC, I definitely don't have RTX. But I don't know if this game does or not.
Let's see the Hiss keep up with me now.
Achievement unlocked. Shifting positions. Obtain the evade ability. Okay, so we got a health recovery pickup, which is only plus 20. I've already got one equipped, which is plus 24, so we'll deconstruct that for materials. Merry-go-round horse. Object of power 16-KE. Object should be kept in a confined space when unbound. A fiberglass horse once used as a seat for a merry-go-round ride. The pole is still connected to the object. The object is capable of moving short distances at high speeds. This can be quite dangerous when redacted its path. The object is currently bound by redacted. The object was discovered at the site of an abandoned amusement park. Local redacted reported that the rides would move on their own and that they would be chased out. When these rumors reached the Bureau, see America Overnight episode 235, agents were dispatched to investigate. 3 local redacted were found dead at the scene. The object attacked Agent Redacted by Redacted. Agents invoked Formula C.5 to Redacted the object long enough to Redacted. So I was talking about earlier how this show called America Overnight, a radio show, is actually used by the Bureau as a fielding point. What I mean by that is anyone who rings up that radio talking about strange phenomena, the Bureau will actually listen to what they're actually saying and then determine whether or not it's worth actually checking out their claims to see if it's true. So there were rumors of this merry-go-round horse that reached the Bureau via the America Overnight radio show. I have actually absolutely no idea, Ember. I'm not sure. I've got no idea. boom, and we're back here. Hornpub, is this the Geth common server where Shepard had to clean the viruses? It quite possibly could have been. Rosie Shepard did a Tron. I haven't actually played Mass Effect. Like, those names are familiar though, because I've seen it being played, but as yet I haven't played them. I want to play the first one to see what it's like. I thought because I'm not too sure, I want to make the experience memorable anyway, so I decided that when I do play Mass Effect, I want to get the bad ending, and I want to do all the bad decisions, and I want to be an asshole to everyone. That's the type of playthrough I'd love to do as my first one for Mass Effect. And then if I like the game, then in the future I'll do another playthrough where I actually try to be more, you know, like how I normally play. Zelcat, you'll love Mass Effect. Get the remastered trilogy. Yeah, the definitive edition should be on Game Pass still, I think. Unless it gets taken off by the time I get around to it. Hornpub, Mass Effect is one of your favourite games. Probably your best single player, is it? Oh, that's cool. Here we go again. This is Artie, the janitor.
Well done. You got the job. It's place for congratulations. Yippee, saatana. It happened in the last drop. I truly need an assistant.
Funny thing is, I've been a janitor. I'm more at home in that role than as the director. Only Ahti here seems to see that.
Yeah, hi, Ahti. Look, we need to get the lockdown lifted, otherwise I can't get to the other sectors. Can you help me get to the override?
Yes, easy peasy. It's just around the corner. But first, we need to get you working. Very small, couple of hours job.
Something tells me it's gonna be more than that.
You think there's a dog buried in this? I can tell you are not yesterday's Krause's son. That's why you'll make a great assistant. Very well. I'll hit the facts on the table. Mä kyllä sanon perkele suoraan, että this house has a vermin problem. A bad one. They've already messed up the cooling pumps. And the power generators of a power plant, perkele. And the pensioner inside is starting to feel the band around his head tighten. The situation needs to be fixed before the plant blows up. And we all disappear like a fart in Sahara.
Trying my best to keep up with this. Fix the coolant pumps and the power generators, otherwise the power plant will blow.
But don't you worry. I've left you clear instructions. You'll catch the end of the thread before I go to my vacation. The work's on the task board here. You can do later, when you have time.
Vacation? Right.
Yes, no one's gonna cancel my holiday or seat's gonna rattle. But don't worry at all. You'll take care of it and soon this crisis gonna be last winter's snow. You better go now, so you don't have to run with your head as your third leg. The door in the back leads to the plant.
The door in the back. That's great. Thank you, Ahti.
Salcadu, excited for Hogwarts Legacy. I'm curious about it, to see if it's going to be good or not. I kind of like the Harry Potter stuff, but I'm not really a massive fan of it, so it's just a wait and see kind of thing.
It's time for a coffee break, sir.
Horn Puppet, you struggle with Andromeda, played it till some point and then stopped a few years ago and still haven't continued. That's understandable. Yeah, I sort of looked at that and I don't know. It seems like one too many games in the series. Afro, he kind of looks sus, not gonna lie. Oh, Artie's fine. He's okay. He just wants to go on a holiday.
Pensioner. Yes. Nordmoor is the director. Started to climb on the walls in his bachelor pad.
In his bachelor pad. So it is Finnish, Rosie? Yeah, because I thought so, because Sam Lake and a lot of other people at Remedy are Finnish. Amber, why is this janitor ordering you around? Well, you see, Artie really wants to get onto his vacation, and there's some tasks that he needs help with in order to get to that vacation, so he asks Jesse to help him with those, so he can get to his vacation faster. Hey there, Bifrost. Welcome to you. Happy New Year as well. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. And I did, yeah, at the start of the year I changed the name.
Go as far as Pepe Crows.
Wanted to keep the rod in the title though, but changed the rest, so it wasn't a horror thing, but also shorter as well.
Yep.
What a mess. Burn the trash.
Burn the trash. Throw it in the fire. Burn it all. Burn it into a reindeer, not into a moose.
Burn it into a reindeer, not into a moose. Rosie, Norwegian accent is happier. Swedish sounds like singing. Danish has more spit in it, does it? Okay.
They don't appreciate good music.
Now we can access level 2 doors.
Okay, so what happens again if that thing blows up?
Power.
They don't appreciate music.
Oops. Afro, the name Jesse has been ruined forever. Can't take any character seriously named Jesse. Oh no, what what happened? Bifrost, nice rod. Hope you're doing well in Control. Oof, Jesse. Yeah, I am going well, thanks Bifrost. Yeah, things are going great. My year's off to a great start. How about yourself? Yeah, this is a great game. This is actually my second playthrough now. The first playthrough was on the Xbox One, and now this is the Xbox Series S/X version, the Ultimate Edition. And I've done the DLC before as well, so I'm looking forward to doing that again. And had a bit of an issue with this game last year. I wanted to stream it, but the dialogue audio wasn't coming through on the broadcast. And it wasn't until another game had the same issue at the end of last year that I realized what was going on and how I could change it. So here we are with the playthrough now, and I haven't had that issue with the audio, so things are fine with it, thankfully. Horn Pub, yeah, no, I thought you mean to use a previous character. Oh, I see, with talking to Shin with Mass Effect. Shin, a character build is the skill set you want to play as. Afro, exactly. Jesse, open the door. I still don't know what it is. Is it like from a game or a movie or something? You're doing good, Bifrost? That's excellent. It's always good to hear. Salcat should run a lot smoother on the 1S. Yeah, it should do. Bifrost, oh yeah, you remember Valhalla had the issue was there for it. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, so the same issue happened with this, and then the same issue happened with Alan Wake Remastered as well. But unfortunately there's another audio issue that happens with some games, and thankfully it hasn't happened with this game yet, but it's the audio going all staticky on the stream. So it's Breaking Bad. Okay, of course. Now I know. I'm not overly familiar with that show, but now that you mentioned Breaking Bad, I do remember that the main character that, is it Aaron Paul plays is Jesse.
Northmoor was director before me. I never wanted his job. I never wanted power. I purposefully avoided it, didn't trust it, didn't want to rely on it. Northmoor was all about power. A man like an explosion, hungry for authority, for order, for more, until it was too much. I had to find a solution in the end. Contain the situation. Northmoor never liked me, but he went along with it, to his credit. He didn't really have a choice. I suppose at the end of the day, a director's most basic duty is to keep the lights on. Here's to you, Northmoor. There were no prime candidates waiting in the wings, but I was there. Had been the whole time, keeping my head down, working my ass off. I had nothing to lose. I picked up the gun almost on a dare.
So it was Aaron Paul. Oh, good. Because sometimes I remember actors' names, and then when I say them out loud, I think to myself, hang on, did I get that right? Absolutely, he sure is Bifrost. I thought that was really cool, to be honest. I like how James McCaffrey has been involved with Remedy even after Rockstar got the rights to Max Payne. You know, he's also in Alan Wake as Thomas Zane, but he also does a voice. He does the voice of Alex Casey, the character that Alan Wake wrote, who is essentially like Max Payne anyway. So it was kind of cool though that he played that role too in Alan Wake. Hornpub, you got it. Your problem is that loving the M1 to 3 games, this one is like a kind of poor fancy way to precede the theme. Oops, messed up kind of with the chat. Oh, that's okay, Hornbub. That's no worries at all. You know, you're playing Control or X-Files, the video game, because that guy looks like the smoking man from X-Files. That's a good point as well, Shin. It's very reminiscent of that, actually. And that whole smoky sort of like thing as well. Not just the actual smoke from the cigarette, but the actual foggy, smoky sort of look as well. Rosie, or the elusive man from Mass Effect. Yeah, that was actually interesting when I found out that Martin Sheen actually played that role. Hornpub, you haven't slept after night shift and you're losing focus. That's definitely understandable, especially with like night shift work as well. Rosie, or William Shatner performing Rocket Man. I haven't actually seen that. It sounds wild though. down, down, down. Achievement unlocked. Bureau Archivist. Collect 120 collectibles. Holy shit. Arish. Escaped OOP. Object of Power. Attention maintenance staff. An object of power escaped the Panopticon a couple of weeks ago, and they want everyone to keep an eye out for it. So if anyone sees a merry-go-round horse zipping around the sector, alert me immediately. Do not try to contain it on your own, and definitely don't bind it to yourself. Your security chief, Simon Arish. NSC power plant. Alright, this is where I need to go for the mission, but I actually want to backtrack because I want to open... I think somewhere back along the line there's actually a level 2 door that I haven't opened yet because I only just recently got the level 2 clearance. It's a level 4 one. Here we go. Ah, ability points. Cool. Got more. Let's get plus 20 to health. Sounds good.
Pope wants us to get a field lab set up as soon as possible.
With what? We can't get any equipment from the research sector until the internal lockdown is lifted.
Can see what you can find around here. Computers, documents, any measuring devices you can find. Helping Pope is a surefire way to get on Darling's good side.
Sector is supposed to have a designated security team here for all protection. Where the hell are they?
If the internal lockdown is in effect, then they can't use the old
Install the lockdown system.
Trench, Bureau funding. To all executive staff, I know there is some concern regarding our operations exceeding the annual budget. So long as we operate within the oldest house, we are obscured from scrutiny in many respects. If our budget demands are not exorbitant to the point of drawing attention, then they will be granted by the US Treasury without question. The Federal Bureau of Control is just another line in another spreadsheet that some lowly accountant won't even notice. Their eyes will skip over us as if we weren't even there. The nature of the oldest house allows us certain freedoms in how we operate. Our being here is no accident. Regards, Zachariah Trench, Director of the Federal Bureau of Control. Well, he was at the start of the game, before we turned up. Now he's not. Hey there, Senny. Good day to you as well, dude. I hope things are going well. It's going really, really good. I'm happy to report that there's only been one audio issue with this game, and that was because the setting was on one of those settings that causes the dialogue audio to be muted on stream. But changing the setting to stereo uncompressed fixed that problem, and so far I haven't actually had any static audio come through, so I'm glad about that. Hornpub, people hanging in midair. What the? This game got you even more confused than your lack of sleep. Yeah, they've been possessed by an entity that Jesse has called the Hiss. And so they're kind of like levitating in a trance, and a lot of them actually keep saying over and over again an incantation. That is a good question, Rosie. I can't even remember if you really get an answer for that. I don't know why he did. I don't know why he just didn't, you know, give you the gun and wait until you turned up. But Crooked, that's good. You only had one issue so far. Hopefully it stays that way. Hopefully it does. It'd be great, you know, especially because this is actually the Xbox Series S version, the Ultimate Edition of the game. And generally speaking, a lot of the issues lately with the audio has been with Xbox Series S games. Or Series X. I'll just say Series S though, because that's the console I've got. You're doing well, you just had some nice breakfast. That's awesome to hear, dude. I'm glad that you're going well, and that you had some great breakfast also. It's definitely good to have that to start your day with.
Someone's singing.
Sounds like it's coming from the
Where's it
elevator.
coming from?
I'll go look.
I don't know how you managed to get into maintenance, but hurry and get the lockdown lifted so we can go find the others.
Thanks, Emily. I'm sure I'll have more questions soon.
Just let me know.
Thanks, Emily Pope.
They're saying Trench was shot dead. The situation's getting worse.
Rosie, do the floating people come back at some point, and are they mad about how many of them Jesse shot? Well, that's the thing. You can actually kill all of them that you come across if you want to, that are just hanging around. There's no real like punishment in the game for doing that either. But I don't think they go back to 100% normal straight away. Alright, so I don't think there's any level 2 security doors that I missed, that I can't, that I couldn't go through earlier.
A lot of these questions could be answered by obtaining a live specimen.
Obtaining a live specimen? I don't think you want to do that. Ah, no, here we go. Here's a level 2 door I haven't accessed yet. Nice. Fake planes. Dear New York Tribune, airplanes aren't real. I figured out how they do it. The windows are TV screens. The whole thing moves on big tracks like a roller coaster that moves through underground tunnels in the earth. Airports are more like train stations. They do this because the sky is full of monsters that they don't want us to know about. Yeah, the planes we see in the sky are the monsters. The government made the Earth trains look like the monsters so they could lie to us better. Don't contact me. some of the letters that the Bureau of Control would get from nut jobs. And some of these things, though, would actually be true that these people are talking about, but other things are just nonsense. But the Federal Bureau of Control will investigate these phenomena just to make sure. It's like, you can't fool me. It's like billions of people on the planet and only I figured this out. Alrighty then, time to actually go to where we need to go for the main missions, although... Burn the trash around the furnace. Jesse helps Artie by burning the trash piled up around the furnace in the maintenance sector. Hornpub, after what he wrote, you wouldn't contact him either. Definitely not, no. It'd just be like, yeah, sure, dude. Yeah, whatever you think about the planes. We'll leave you to it. I don't hippie tea, no. Yeah, don't work in IT. My my area of work is in like cafes and stuff. Hotline chamber is that way. Hippie, I see. I thought you might be into web development because you use tags in your titles. Oh, no. That's actually something that every year I like to try and change up how I put my stream titles in. And I thought I'd give a try doing those as the dividers. Don't know if I'll stick with that for the whole year, but I'll just see how I feel about it as time goes on. It doesn't look too bad to me with capitals, but when I actually have lowercase, where it says like exclamation spoilers, it visually looks a bit less appealing. Ah, here's a 2-door I didn't go to before. Excellent. Another book club entry. Book Club Lopez. Unless You. Review by Captain Lopez. These days, most youth novels, young adult novels, intertwine the coming-of-age story with either a contrived dystopian setting or a tragic romance, unless you manage to do both. In the story, the protagonist and her love interest search for a cure to a virus called the Fix, which is simultaneously killing her and spreading across the whole world. To find the cure, they go on expeditions into dangerous, uncharted territories. The people all live in walled cities now because of the dystopian future, and along the way they just have to fall in love. I liked how we never got to know if the fix was ever actually fixed. The ending was bold, especially for YA. The main character succumbs to the fix when she's so close to the cure and commands her love interest to go on and save the world. She knows this is the end for her, but that the job can still get done. She dies out in the unknown, alone and surrounded by danger, but never loses sight of the goal. That's a good soldier's death. I give this book 3 out of 5. I feel most of the teenage angst is a little lost on me, but I'd recommend it to your brother's kids. To my brother's kids. There we go. So that is Lopez's book review of Unless You. Samson also had one as well. So I don't usually read a lot of sci-fi, but as far as space operas go, this was alright. The title Unless You could refer to a bunch of things in the book, I guess, but I thought it was a little vague and stupid. The way the characters kept throwing it around almost like a catchphrase got real annoying real fast. The best part of the story was the space battles. I sided with the Fixers, obviously, because they had the coolest tech and their motives made the most sense to me. Honestly, if I had to choose between some hoity-toity flowers and guns space hippies or a badass bunch of warriors who go around devouring planets like cheap sushi on a Sunday, I know who I'm picking. That scene where they invade City Planet and convert the entire population using those brain worms, and that space dog fight between those two ace pilots, sign me the fuck up. What kind of ruined the thing for me was when my favourite character got killed not even halfway through the story by getting a battery cylinder launched into his face by a gravitational anomaly. His death didn't feel necessary at all. 2 out of 5. So that's what Samson thought of the book. I think it looks cool. Hippie? Oh, that's good. Yeah, I kind of also want to do that for the stream elements messages that pop up as well. Especially with the schedule. Shin, Rod is actually a complex AI being run on a Cray 2 supercomputer. Oh dear. Have to send some people over to your place, Shin. Now that you've revealed that. Just kidding. Hippie, Rod's voice does sound very suitable for becoming a voice pack for text-to-speech services, or even Alexa. Turn right now. You missed the turn off, you fucking idiot. Do a U-turn when it's safe. No, not now, it's not safe yet. When it's safe, do a U-turn. Now it's safe. Do a U-turn and go back the way that I told you to go before. You don't have much knowledge of this game, but it looks like something if Resident Evil 2 was very sci-fi with more psychological horror. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Especially with this game and having like really tight corridors and stuff like that to explore. A lot of sort of like industrial looking architecture and things.
Dangerous out here, lady. Go see Chief Arishi. He's just inside. He'll help you.
Thresholds. Examination of paranatural topics. Thresholds. The oldest house is a place in flux. Thresholds appear with no warning. What the threshold will contain is a question we can only answer once it manifests. The widely accepted theory is that thresholds are dimensions vibrating on a redacted frequency different from our own. When these frequencies match, the threshold will manifest in the oldest house, which acts as a redacted. Others theorize thresholds are parallel universes or possibly our own reality at a different point in time. Some believe our collection of altered materials affects the house or attracts the thresholds. We do know for certain that thresholds are not permanent. Eventually their frequency will shift. Some believe Earth itself is just another threshold connected to the oldest house, which is actually rooted in some other reality. This theory, while impossible to disprove, causes redacted in those who learn of it, so it is actively denied. Refer to file 505-1881 for full report. Tennyson report warning. Listen, Trench is on the warpath about this Tennyson report thing. He wants to know who wrote it, and he wants to know yesterday. Whoever did is going to get crucified. I don't know if it was one of you guys, and I don't want to know. I'm not super keen on leading a witch hunt, so tell everyone in the sector to keep their heads down. Best not to be on anyone's radar right now, you know? I tell you, not even counting all the weird shit we deal with, this place can be a downright hostile work environment sometimes. A. Well, when you're working in an environment where suddenly the bathroom could just magically disappear for weeks on end, I guess there's so many possibilities for what could go wrong at any given time. Something that I don't know if it actually is something that actually does happen, but the oldest house is the kind of place where a worker could probably be working and then all of a sudden it starts raining inside their office and drenches all their work. Home safe tests, utilization of paranatural elements, munitions testing on Object of Power 22, also known as Home Safe. The safe Object of Power can produce a barrier using objects or material from its immediate vicinity. See Object of Power 22 case file for more details. Bureau Rangers were given permission to employ heavy weaponry against a paratotalitarian bound to this object in order to gauge the barrier's durability. Redacted and redacted velocity ammunition were tested with redacted results. Testing will continue after redacted the safe Object of Power is clearly a viable candidate for use in combat response scenarios. Allowing paratotalitarians to participate in altered engagements would be an advantage worth considering. Refer to file 853-8367 for full report. Achievement unlocked. Unstable matter. Kill 50 enemies with launch ability. Yeah, won't be able to go there yet. Alright, let's actually concentrate on the main mission for now.
Ma'am! Hey! Chief Arish, FBC Security. Shouldn't you be in a safe room?
Arish, security matters. Hey Simon, I got your message. Yeah, if someone in the sector is asking about RT, just tell him you'll handle it and leave it at that. Under no circumstances should any personnel intervene with his day-to-day routine. I told you everything I know about him so you could better deal with his odd habits, but yes, it's still very much a classified matter. Also, I saw your report about the quarry worker who wandered into the Foundation. Detaining him was the right move. We'll figure out what he saw before we decide on next steps. Cheers, Lynn. P.S. In case you hadn't noticed, something is up between Trench and Darling. I know this isn't your strong suit, but try your best to stay out of it.
They all have HRAs. We're on the same side.
My name is Jesse Faden. I'm here to perform the directorial override to get the lockdown lifted.
Yeah, Chief Arish, FBC Security. I've just... Oh, hang on, you're the new director. It's a pleasure, ma'am.
Let's skip the formalities, please.
Right. Faden, ma'am. Look, as you can probably tell, it's a bit of a shit show down here. We've been holding our ground, but whatever's gotten into our buddies has them wrecking the coolant pumps and the power converters. The NSC keeps overheating, and my crews keep getting shot before they have a chance to make any repairs.
NSC?
Oh, sorry. Bureau jargon. It's what we call the power plant. You know, the big rumbling metal thing? Salvador, head of security, asked me to protect it in case of an attack. See, what's inside is dangerous. Dr. Darling seemed to know it would be a target.
Darling? He's here?
No, he came down a few days ago, before everything went to hell. He was out of it. Smelled like a bar mat. He was ranting about vulnerabilities and how he only had one large-scale HRA, but that he needed it somewhere else. Still, at least he gave us these personal HRAs before he left. Hey, did I mention that he was tearing his clothes off? Crazy dude.
Darling knew the hiss was coming.
Listen, I love playing 20 questions as much as the next guy, but we have got to get the water and electrical systems repaired before this baby blows. I'll have my guys unlock the doors out of here for you.
I'll take care of it. You stay and keep the hiss away from the plant if you can.
The hiss? That's what we're calling him? Oh, that's catchy. Listen, the radios aren't working, so if you find my boss Salvador out there, could you please ask him what the plan is? I'm sure he will have one by now.
I'll keep an eye out for him.
He sure has a lot of faith in his boss.
Try to stay alive.
When the converters and coolant pumps are working again, we should be able to get this baby back down to a safe temperature. I hope.
Hippie, apparently you have the option to introduce yourself. Well, as you may know by now, you're Hippie, you're 20, and you watch streams usually whenever you're using your laptop for assignments. You found my channel via Assassin's Creed 2, which is one of your favorite games to watch. Well, that's awesome, Hippie. You know, and it's great to be able to, you know, watch streams when you can as well. And also use it as a way to help pass the time too when you're doing something else. But that's awesome as well, you know, because that game is definitely a great game. So I'm glad that I was streaming that when you came across the channel.
What do you know about the Hiss?
Not much, only what I've seen. Well, they use the same tactics that Marshall and Salvador taught us, which makes me think that the Hiss haven't completely erased the people inside, which is a pretty fucking horrible thought. Or they're just using whatever they find in their victims' heads. In any case, they are really eager to get inside the power plant.
Why do you think that is?
Shit, I don't know. They want to make my life harder?
What do you do here, Arish?
Security chief of the maintenance sector. I make sure all the weird shit down here doesn't bother the maintenance crews. Learned everything I know from Salvador, the best security agent this bureau has ever seen.
And you like your job?
I love it. You know, everyone thinks that maintenance is the lowest rung on the ladder just because we fix pipes instead of writing memos, but I gotta be honest. These are the bravest people in the goddamn building. I'm proud to work with them.
I've done a few odd jobs with these kind of folks. They say what they mean. I like that. What exactly is the power plant?
Listen, I only know what Salvador told me, but I know it generates all the electricity for the Bureau, and it's got two very simple rules. Rule 1, keep it below a certain temperature. Rule 2, don't ever open it. Oh, and 3, it's classified, so I shouldn't ask.
Sounds like secrets are standard operating procedure around here.
Oh, yeah. It's all part of the job.
What do you know about the service weapon?
Not much. That thing is director only. Salvador told me by the time he saw Trench use it. Sounds like that gun can do some serious damage. Yeah, I did see pictures of it once, though, and it looks different to that thing you're carrying. You modded or something? It's new.
Is new a good thing?
Given the circumstances, I'd say new is our best bet.
Do you know this Ahti guy?
Of course. He's my favorite coffee break buddy. Dude has got some crazy stories. And he probably knows more than anyone else around here, if you can make sense of what he's saying.
Any idea where he's from? I'm guessing Sweden.
He's from where he's from. Look, there are just some stones that are better left unturned, you know?
I should be going.
Right. You got a lockdown to lift.
Alright, new weapon, new enemy type. The Hiss-charged agents are examples of extreme physical deformation resulting from Hiss corruption. Hiss-charged display an unthinking fixation on any non-corrupted individuals in their area. Once within a specific proximity, they erupt into a burst of focused Hiss resonance, so dense that it acts as a physical force. The Hiss-charged is depleted of the Hiss corruption after this eruption. The host is left lifeless. This behavior may be an adaptive response to the HRAs. The Hiss-charged are designed to blow the devices off potential hosts, exposing them to the resonance. Is the Hiss capable of customizing a corrupted host's altered ability to this degree? Why is the physiology of the Hiss charge so dramatically different from the host's original form? Lots of questions, no answers. Refer to file redacted for full report. Hibby, is she the real director? Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, at the start of the game, she picked up the service weapon that the previous director had used to kill himself with, and she was then chosen to be the new director. Which happened effective immediately, so much so that portraits that didn't actually exist yet of her as the director automatically popped up without even having to have her sit in front of a camera to take the photo. That's how quickly, when someone becomes a director of this organization, that's how quickly their portraits get put up around the place.
Power cut. Replace the parts.
Power cut. Alright, so this is probably the furnace area now, I think. Furnace chamber and coolant pumps are the same direction. I haven't actually played it yet, Hibby T. I've seen it being played though, and it looks like one of those games I wouldn't mind playing myself eventually. Hey, good morning, Easy and Dandon. Good morning to both of you. I hope you're going well. Okay, so let's actually do this side mission thing now with the furnace. Hippie, you heard mixed reviews from about the game, but you loved the music it had. Yeah, it had some really cool music, and I wasn't sure what I would feel about the kind of game it was, you know, roaming around, delivering packages and stuff, but the more I watched of it, the more intrigued I became, and it definitely will be one that I want to play eventually. Easy, you've been watching for a few hours on the big screen, too lazy to bring you up on your phone so you can communicate. That's totally understandable. Easy, but that's great though. That'd be awesome to experience some streams on your television like that.
By trash, did Ahti mean barrels full of hazardous biological material?
Of course he did. Of course that's what Ahti meant.
Seems like I'm breaking some environmental regulations on waste disposal, but if that's what Ahti wants, then I'll get it done.
Mail tube complaint. Hey Boza, get this. The accounting department still says they haven't received my expense reports. They say the receipts probably got lost in the mail tubes because of a shift or a threshold or some such fuckery, and that if I don't have the originals they can't verify my expenses for reimbursement. This is such bullshit. Why do we even use these fucking tubes if they just spit our mail out in some other goddamn dimension? Just venting here before I make a formal complaint. Useless pieces of shit. Rodriguez. Hippie said the artist who provided music for Death Stranding passed away recently. Oh, they did? That really sucks. Holy shit, who was it? Ludwig Forsell. He was a Swedish composer, songwriter, and voice actor, as well as an audio director at Kojima Productions. He went by the name Low Roar. That really sucks. I haven't actually heard much of his music before, actually. So it looks like his first credit as composer was Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain.
My name is Dr. Pierce, lead researcher of the parakinesiology. My name is Dr. Pierce, lead researcher of the parakinesiology department. I believe that I've discovered a Code Omega paranatural entity residing within the Bureau itself, right under our noses. Darling refused to allocate me the budget or resources, so I'm taking matters into my own hands. Let this recording be the proof I need to convince them. The furnace can speak. It's been talking to me for some time now. Listen. Did you hear that? It's a sentient force capable of communicating. I checked and there's no record of ever installing this furnace. I believe that... Oh, sorry. What? Yes, I can feed you. What do you eat? I see. I'll try to find some volunteers. Darling refused to allocate me the budget or resources, so I'm taking matters into my own hands.
It's like, yeah, I'm sure plenty of people would love to volunteer to be thrown into the furnace. In New York City trivia, there are miles of pneumatic tubes that are no longer used but are still operational. Really? So pretty much it's just there. They could use it, but it's just not being used.
All of them.
There we go. Got a damage boost mod and 2 ability points. That's cool. Hippie, to be honest, chucking radioactive waste into a large furnace would probably cause a reaction spreading ionizing radioactive particles. The guy who looked at the Chernobyl fire instantly puked. Oh, holy shit. Yeah, well that's the thing. Throwing something like that into that, like, yeah. Only in a video game such as this would that not cause something like that to happen. Shin, it is now bedtime for the penguin, otherwise you will wake up with the dreaded keyboard face. Oh yeah. That's totally fair, Shin. Well, I hope you have a good rest. Thank you so much for being here. Hope you have a good one. Okay, let's have a look-see here. So what do I have equipped? I've got the damage after kills, which is pretty cool. Actually, let's apply that instead for a bit. Alright, so that's energy recovery, that's level 2 of that. That's level 1 of that, so I'll just deconstruct those to make room. That one's launch energy cost -9. Get rid of the other -9 and the -7 one. Evade energy cost. Get rid of one of those.
We need to fix this thing ASAP.
Grow. Go to ship. Fix it fast. If the plant goes boom, we can throw the spoon in the core. My old enemy, the clock, is blocking the pipes. You need to deal with that shit. He is very clever. He's trying to sneak in. We got him caught with his hand in the fish trap. Get rid of him.
What the hell is that? Oh, that's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
Sailcat, what a shitty mess. That's definitely one way to put it. Good thing we don't have the ability in gaming yet to actually smell what's actually in a game. I definitely think I'd have that feature turned off even if it was a thing. I mean, the sounds are bad enough. Hibby reminds you watched The Matrix last night. Now that is a really good movie. I haven't seen that for a long time. I've seen the other ones except for the latest one. But I still felt the first one was the best one.
I don't like that sound. Probably had such a great marketing campaign as well before it came out, because the big thing was, you know, what actually is the Matrix. And I think you get those movies that come out in a certain time period that nowadays I don't think that kind of thing would necessarily hype people up as much, but you never know, maybe it would. But also think back to movies like The Blair Witch Project, which came out the same year as The Matrix, and how a lot of people, because the internet was basically in the early points of wide use by the public, it meant that they could get away with making people, or more people, think that the footage that they were watching was actually from real events that really happened without being scripted, you know what I mean? And I think back then it was much easier to convince people that what they were reading about online was actually true, because they had things like newspaper clippings that looked pretty legitimate at the time, and photographs and things, you know. And I think there's a bit of that with The Matrix, because we hadn't really seen anything at that point like we see in that movie, with all the visual effects and all that kind of stuff. I mean, there was some stuff that we saw in movies like Blade from '98, the scene where Blade basically jumps from a great distance from one building to another, you know, that kind of thing. But bullet time and all that kind of stuff, we didn't know anything about that, so going to see The Matrix when it first came out was an eye-opening experience, because none of that stuff had been really seen before. But it's a bit hard to pull that off now, you know, because we're so used to seeing CG everything now that when it's off, we know instantly. Easy keyboard face. Yeah, keyboard face. Are we protecting, defending a power plant? Never seen this game before. Yeah, so there's this character named Artie, and he's the janitor of this whole building. And he's asked Jesse, who's the new director of the building,
to actually help him with some of his tasks, because he really wants to go on a vacation. So one of the tasks has been to unclog these sort of like tunnels here for him. Hippie, well, the Matrix was released 3 years before you were born. That's true, yeah. That's the other thing as well. When you take into consideration people who hadn't even been born yet, and then by the time they are and they get to the age where they're aware of, you know, the things that they're watching, you know, some of that stuff becomes, you know, base knowledge anyway. I think that's why we have generations that are quicker at getting the grasp of technology, because it's just at an advanced level already when they come into existence, that by the time they start taking notice and actually taking that on board, they've already got that advanced knowledge by that early point. Easy, one might not want to fire a gun or throw shit around in a power plant, but hey, what do I know? I hold firecrackers until the last second. Living dangerously, living on the edge. But yeah, that's the thing too, like throwing the toxic barrels of waste into a furnace, you know. Not something that would be what you'd want to do.
There go the pipes. Nothing more satisfying than
Hippie, who are the people with guns? Are they on the same team as the monsters? No, yeah, all the ones that are using weapons that are fighting against us, they're all being corrupted by the Hiss and the gun. Hiss Trooper. Troopers are meant to be the first agents to enter unknown altered world events, thresholds, or any other paranaturally hazardous situation. They are heavily armored and heavily armed in preparation for the worst. As a result of their role, Hiss Troopers have access to the heaviest armor and weaponry from the Bureau's armory, including military-grade chain guns and grenade launchers. In addition to their already formidable FBC-issued armor, the Hiss resonance surrounding these entities is dense enough to stop bullets. If forced to engage one of these, be sure to make use of any available cover. Also note that to the telekinetically talented, enemy grenades can be a welcome source of ammunition. Refer to file redacted for full report. Exactly, Easy. That's how we roll. Just leave it till the last minute. Hippie, this place must have some James Bond type janitors to be handling this mess on the daily. Absolutely, you know. Artie, who is the janitor, he definitely gets the jobs done well. And having to keep track of all this stuff as well would be crazy insane. Clog complaint. That gross blockage down in the water systems is back. What the fuck is it? And where does it keep coming from? And why the hell does Artie keep yelling nonsense at it? He acts like it can understand him. Of course, he acts like we can understand him too. Guess that's just his brand of crazy. I'm going to try out a new drain cleaner. Extreme strength. That's most likely because the Clog is an entity that does probably talk, but only Artie can understand. Boom. No, Hippie, no, this is actually on the Xbox. On the Xbox Series S. Oh yeah, already been there before.
What's your read on all this?
Energy conversions.
Crew feels a lot safer when you're around.
I should be going.
Right. You gotta lock down the lift.
Hippie, that would explain the aim movement. That's true, yeah. Good old aiming with a control stick.
Energy conversions. Internal
Alright, let's get plus 50% to launch damage. Absolutely no worries at all. Easy. I'll see you when you get back. Hippie is trash day. Like one day of the week where you drop your trash bags to your local bin. That's true, yep. Taking out the trash. Achievement unlocked. Ritual Intuition. Cleanse 10 control points. Hippie, here you have someone collect your bags almost every day. Now that would be awesome to have it as a daily thing. Instead of having to just do it one day a week.
It's fried up. You need to fix it before the old twig pants inside the plant has a shit fit.
Twig pants inside the plant has a shit fit. Artie, you have a wonderful way with words. You think it might be population differences? Yeah, that definitely makes sense for it to be, you know, dependent on the population as well. Plus, you know, that's time that someone has to spend doing the actual collection as well. Doing that every day.
Let's go lift the lockdown.
Hippie, you have 1.4 billion people for a country comparatively smaller than Australia, while Australia has like 26 million people. Yeah, that's the thing too, right? Like, then you got like the land mass itself and how many actually inhabit it. Upcoming game reminder. Next game is Wednesday at 8, usual spot. Hazard owes me $20. Arish, still on a fucking winning streak. Someone please figure out how he's cheating. Thompson, suspended for a game because of that shady dealing incident. Guy, I owe you $60. $60. I brought beers last time, so it's Hepstenstall's turn. Remus. Yeah, you tell him, Remus. Alright, we have 2 dodge efficiencies, so we'll get rid of 1. Actually, we've got a dodge efficiency that's level 2. The thing is, even though I don't use some of these mods, it's still good to get rid of some so that you can actually make room to pick up potentially other better ones. Deconstruct that one. Energy boost 8. Energy boost 6. We'll get rid of the 6 one. Energy 8. We'll get rid of the energy 5 one.
Protect them. Forces contain the lockdown can only be lifted by a directorial override.
This is what we came here to do.
So much is expected from the director. The responsibility, the privilege to steer the Bureau into dangerous waters and safely out again. To inspire and lead its people, to protect them. The board is there to advise you, but they want things in return. You hold all this in your old, trembling hands. I had to lose everything before I could see the Bureau is the director's life. There's no room for anything else. If the forces contained here escaped, we'd be dragged back into an age of superstition, terror, death. Assuming you think we ever really left that behind. Any emergency, any major containment breach, and the lockdown goes into effect. I implemented this security measure in my first years as director. I knew we were vulnerable. I'd personally seen the cost of sloppiness. I made sure the internal lockdown could only be lifted by a directorial override, only to be used when the director is confident the sectors are safe to be opened again. This way, the director is the last line of defense. And if I screw up, it's on me, and me alone.
That's it. The other sector should be open now. I think it's time I told Emily why I'm here. I'll risk it. You two should get to know each other.
Right, before we do that though, let's go speak to Arish. Give him an update.
Blockages in pipe C through F. Is the clock back? Now? Oh man, Adi is gonna be so pissed. You know, sometimes I look around and I just think a desk job would be so nice. Oh, fuck it. I'd probably get bored.
Okay, so nothing new to update him with.
I should be going.
Right. You got a lockdown to lift.
If that thing blows.
Yeah, Arish, about that. We've already done that. We've already lifted the lockdown. Alright. Let's fast travel back to the executive / central executive area. Salcat, a bottle of Dr. Pepper just exploded all over your kitchen and floor. The horror. Clean it up with a towel as much as you can, and then you read what it said on the towel. Live a thankful life. Naturally, you toss it in the garbage for mocking you. Even your clothes are soaked. Bloody hell, I hate when that happens. Absolutely, especially when it goes everywhere, you know. But that's absolutely annoying. But what a coincidence for it to say on the towel, live a thankful life. That's... Afro, are there multiple endings to this? There aren't, no. Yeah, there's just one ending. One ending that you get. Although I guess if you include the DLC, which takes place after the main story, there's, you know, still some endings to be had, but yeah, there's only one linear sort of like goal. Zalcat, you don't remember shaking that bottle. You know, I've had that happen too. I've had cans that I've opened up hours after I bought them, and they've still exploded when I've opened them. I think to myself, what the fuck?
Hope has asked us to document this incantation, as she calls it.
You mean like in person?
In person, with a pencil and paper. I think she's trying to get us killed.
Jesse, you made it. And you lifted the internal lockdown.
Let's talk, Emily.
Yes, of course.
Listen, Emily. Screw it. Just tell her. I haven't been completely honest. I have a younger brother, Dylan. When we were kids, we found an old slide projector in Ordinary's landfill. The slides created doorways to other places. Bad things happened. Came through. That's all she gets. The rest stays locked inside. But we found help. Through one of the doorways, we met something. A being.
A being? What kind of being?
It's hard to describe, but she helped us. We managed to turn the projector off. The bad things that came through the doorways were gone. After that, your people came. Tried to grab us. I ran away. They got Dylan. I left him behind.
Bureau agents took your brother?
Yes. You covered it up. No one believed me. I just want to find Dylan. I've been looking for him ever since.
What happened to the slide projector? It sounds like another object of power.
I thought you took it. The Bureau. Along with Dylan.
I've never heard of it. But around here, assume everything's classified. You know, I looked into the Ordinary AWE case files after you mentioned it. Trench and Darling were both involved. A large area of the containment sector was reserved for it. The case hasn't been active for a long time. I have no idea if anything's still there. Can you tell me more about this being you found?
Let's hope you two get along. She's been with me ever since Ordinary. In my head. She led me to you. I call her Polaris.
As in a guiding star. Did Polaris know about the hiss? If she got you in here in spite of the lockdown, she's very powerful. Which may help explain your test results. Your readings are incredible, Jesse. Now, cross-referencing them with the database, I found 2 matches in Darling's old classified files. Unfortunately, I can't access them beyond the file codes, but one was P6, referring to a prime candidate for a potential future bureau director. This was logged years ago.
Dylan. Is that Dylan?
The other match is on something called Hedron, which must be connected to these Hedron resonance amplifiers somehow. All I know is that Marshall went to the research sector to secure the HRA production after the Hiss first attacked.
So, Marshall seems like our best lead on Dylan. I need to go after her. How can I get to the research sector?
Use my keycard. The sector elevator will take you there.
Marshall is the next step. What Emily told me about Ordinary, my powers being connected to things in the Bureau's past. I am so close to something. Do you feel it?
Something's coming.
We take turns to come for a visit. I helped you. You owe me now. And when time comes, I will come calling.
Achievement unlocked, a directorial override, complete mission 3. Afro, Thursday, Red Dead 2, first playthrough. Oh no, it'd be my 6th, I think, overall. Because I play it annually, and then there was one year where I did a playthrough, where I did a no Deadeye challenge playthrough in the same year as well. So yeah, I think it's about the 6th playthrough, I think. Salcat, all characters are real people. You saw the behind the scene footage on YouTube. That's true. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, it's cool that they've done that. And that's the thing nowadays too, that happening more often. Where it's, you know, you're not just hiring the person for their voice and then you just, you know, get their likeness and then that's it. You're also actually getting the people performing the roles as well. Hippie, is your Discord primarily for stream updates? You don't know if there's a general chat? Yeah, there's not really like a general sort of like chatting area on the Discord. Like there's places where you can post like images that you come across, memes and things like that as well. And you can also post things that, you know, might not be stream related, but you want to post about as well. There's also a channel at the moment for Assassin's Creed stuff. And things of that nature as well.
Hi, Jesse.
I keep finding traces of Darling, but still can't find him. Where could he be?
But he's usually in his office in research or one of his labs. Dr. Darling has quite a few all around the Bureau. Could be hiding in any one of them. I check myself, but I don't have access to most of them.
Sounds like I touched a nerve.
He didn't let you into his labs?
Not all of them, no. Some had volatile material. It's ridiculous. I mean, this whole place is volatile material. Could have at least thought of a more convincing lie. I mean, how can I work without access to all the data possible?
This place has a bad habit of moving around, huh?
So you notice the building shifts. Did you know that 39% of Bureau accidents are caused by the shifts? It's true. I ran the numbers myself.
So they're dangerous.
Oh, very. At one time, a shark got shifted into a meeting room along with over 2,000 gallons of water. It was a tiger shark. Darling's pet research project. I forget what he was researching.
How do people work here?
There we go. So earlier I was talking about how if you were working in this building, the oldest house, that you could be working in your office, then all of a sudden it starts raining inside your office. I thought that was just something that you know, that I made up, and it is. But then I just remember that dialogue when she talks about, you know, the shark and all that gallons of water appearing in the thing. So that must have been what I was thinking of, but thought it was rain instead.
You said you're an assistant?
Oh, it's just a title. I'm a scientist, a researcher. I work for Dr. Darling. See, when Bureau agents go out in the field, the sites of altered world events, we study the materials, the altered items they bring back. It's always something we've never seen before, and studying them requires new instruments, methodologies, sometimes entirely new fields of science.
Emily really loves her job.
See, there's no guidebook for what we do here. Everything that happens at the Bureau, including the science, is without precedent.
What exactly is the Ocean View Motel?
That's a bigger question than you might think. You see, I have extreme doubts that the motel is a single place. I mean, look at all the doors inside it. Where do they all go? We know that one door leads to the oldest house, but how come we can only ever open that one door? Maybe to open a door, you have to have entered through it. So if every door leads to a different dimension, plane, reality, whatever you want to call it, then I believe that the motel is firm proof that parallel universes exist.
Does Darling agree with that?
I haven't told him yet. I'm waiting until I can prove it.
What can you tell me about control points?
They're nexus points of the oldest house's unique energies. Now, I wrote a 30-page proposal hypothesizing that we could siphon energy directly from them. Darling didn't even get through the first page before he turned it down.
Right. And, has anyone ever used them to teleport around?
What? No. What, I mean, you mean physically? No, not that I've ever heard of. Why?
Because that's how they work for me.
What? Really? Oh my god. More tests.
Let's hold off on the tests until later, okay?
Okay. It's just, wow. I mean, this blows my control point theories right out of the water. I love it.
See you soon.
Be careful out there.
I like that. So when we're fast traveling in those control points, Jesse is literally being teleported to the locations.
A lot of these questions could be answered by obtaining a live specimen.
Here? But we don't have the proper facilities.
Maybe we can bring in an observation unit from the containment sector. I'll put in a request with Pope.
So, okay, did you know the Ultimate Edition of this game doesn't even have all the costumes? Some great edition, huh? Really? It doesn't? That's quite strange.
There's no logic to this.
Exactly, there's no logic to this. I agree, NPC. There's no logic to this that it doesn't have all the outfits. What the hell? Alright, so let's do an extra 20% to health. And plus 50% to launch damage. Ah, hang on. Additional weapon form slot. Excellent. I forgot to look at that. Get rid of that one. Here we go. Weapon forms. There we go. Achievement unlocked. Astral Construction. Construct a weapon, form, or mod. There we go. So that's been upgraded. Okay, level 2. Grip is reliable with semi-automatic fire that is deadly at short and long range. Alright, so that's damage increase plus 15%. We can now add something extra as well. Alright, let's add weapon armor damage.
See the connection, but it's clearly interdependent.
Salcat, the astral dive suit is not in that edition. Very disappointing. Makes me wonder why they did that for. So the other edition of the game actually has all the outfits, whereas the Ultimate Edition doesn't. That's strange. Okay, let's grab this. Upgrade to enable higher tier mods.
Waltzes into the boardroom and says it's her office. Who the hell does she think she is? I can't believe we're doing this. I'm a senior executive.
Apparently the Hiss are infiltrating control points.
Welcome to the research sector of the Federal Bureau of Control. I'm Dr. Casper Darling, head of research. Somebody thought this video would make for great internal communications. I'm looking at you, Mr. Tomasi. So, this is where the magic happens. Anyway, I've been here for 24 years now. I've always been here. And through those years, we've made astonishing discoveries, authored studies of grave importance, and in all this work, there is one thing we know, and that's how little we truly know. Rest assured, we're committed to keep pushing the known laws and borders of reality, and to make the Bureau proud. So, welcome. Assuming you have the necessary clearance, and do follow the safety protocols. Read the manual. Otherwise, bad things will happen.
Very sound advice. Plant complaint. Hey, so I was just wondering about the plants in research. Is it really necessary to sing to them? I mean, that janitor does have a nice voice and the plants sure seem to like it. Maybe he could just switch it up a bit? I'm getting pretty tired of the tango. And where did these plants even come from? No one seems to remember when they were planted, and people like them a bit too much if you ask me. Are we being invaded by houseplants? Worth looking into. Dr. Lewis. Synchronicity. A glimpse into the paranatural, synchronicity, and the unseen connections. Synchronicity is a phenomena long recognized by the wise, but only recently given a name by science. It is how we rationalize events connected by no identifiable causality, yet clearly conjoined in purpose. How does a dream foretell an event in the physical plane? Why do hounds bail at the death of their master, which has occurred miles away? The world is unified in ways we do not yet understand, and sometimes we stumble across these invisible unseen chords and wonder at the result. The visionary Carl Jung laid the road, now we must walk it. My fledgling research department will make it our mission to reliably reproduce redacted behavior by the close of 1959. Once done, the mechanics of synchronicity will lay themselves bare in due time. We are striding into the future of science. History may not remember our names, but God himself will. Refer to file redacted for full report. It's quite interesting, the idea of synchronicity. I've had that happen where you and someone you know are in the same room and you both start to say the exact same thing, even though you didn't communicate to each other what you're actually looking at or, listening to. Things that just seem to line up without meaning to. Or someone will have an idea to go and visit someone, and that someone will just have arrived home. And the person will be like, oh, that's cool, you just caught me because I had just been out, for hours, and I just came home just now. Things like that. Events that just seem to synchronize perfectly with one another when both parties had zero idea that the other was doing what they were doing at the time. Emergency call summary. Not available. AWE 18. A possible AWE in which an unnamed individual experienced transcorporeality via a phone line. Event is notably similar to AWE redacted, in which redacted. Event response. Event is believed to have been caused by redacted, and as a result, the following measures have been taken to prevent redacted. Hiss Sniper. Bureau snipers specialize in eliminating threats from a distance, using the telltale searchlights affixed to their rifles to search for targets. Hiss snipers are no less lethal. The corruption has not changed their tactics. They clearly prefer to maintain a good distance from their target, waiting in elevated positions for a clear shot. Care should be taken in open spaces. Check the balconies. I should note that their rifles are equipped with a bayonet for close quarters combat, and the Hiss snipers are well aware of how to use it. Refer to file redacted for full report. Hey there, Ishimura. Welcome to the stream. I'm going great, thank you. Things are going good. Having a good Monday. How's things going with you? Hubert, Black Rock Analysis. Hi Carla, does it strike you as odd that Darling insists on having us appear in those bizarre videos of his? I mean, we just stand there, he doesn't even let us have lines or anything. Don't get me wrong, beats a day in the lab, plus it's always great to work with you. Oh yeah, I finished the comparative analysis of the 2 Black Rock samples you sent. The Prism, or whatever you called it. I filed them in the usual place under C for Carla, a handy mnemonic device, right? Haha. Anyway, let me know if there's anything you want to discuss about the data. I'll gladly explain. Maybe we could chat about it over some drinks, or dinner even. I can't remember the last time I had a good steak. Maybe we could go together after work sometime. I'm free tomorrow. All the very best, Hubert. So in the videos that we've seen of Dr. Darling, there's some where we see 2 other people in lab coats, and it's actually these 2 people. It's Carla and this Hubert. So obviously Hubert has feelings for Carla and has asked her out on a date to go to dinner. And if you actually watch some of the videos, you'll see that they sort of stand each other with the kind of body language that suggests that she also feels the same way about him. But yeah, they're kind of just, you know, they're commenting on how bizarre those videos are. Ishimura, you're alright, cheers. How's the playthrough of Control going? That's excellent to hear, Ishimura. I'm glad that you're going well. And it's going good. Yeah, I'm actually happy because we haven't had any of the static audio issue on stream with this game, so I'm very, very happy about that. Hopefully, though, it's not just not happening for this stream and will happen in tomorrow's stream. I hope not, because it's done that before, though. I've actually gone a whole entire stream without the audio issue happening with the game, and then boom, all of a sudden the next stream, not that long into it, it happens. So hopefully that's not going to be the case with this game. But yeah, I've been streaming for 6 hours and 11 minutes and the issue hasn't happened with this game, so that's good. For who among us has touched the foundations of this world and deemed them solid? Dr. Theodore Ashe. Ishimura, yeah, this game seems to have a few quirks. You had to troubleshoot crashing every 5 minutes on your PC copy. Oh, that would have been so frustrating to have that happen. I mean, having it happen once is enough, but to have it happen multiple times in short intervals... Thanks, Easy. Great dancing. There's definitely a lot of great moments in this game where there's songs playing in gameplay, so it's not songs that you have any worry about with copyright or anything, because they're made for the game by a band called Poets of the Fall. There's some really, really cool songs in this game. Oops. Health recovery. Excellent, I finally got the level 2 version of what I've already got equipped. Cool, so I currently have plus 24% of health recovery per element pickup, and I've now come across one that is plus 27%, so I'll equip that one instead. And then that previous one that I had, of which there's actually 2, now that I have a look, I'll deconstruct those. Deconstruct that because I've already got level 2 of it. Yeah, Shaky, it's a bit like that in this game. That's something that is good to do, is just constantly move. Because some of these enemies can be a damn pain, especially how easily they can get around behind you. Here we go.
She's in trouble. I need to reach her.
emergency call supplement. Not available. AWE 18 details. Transcript of a call to the California State Emergency Services. Dispatcher 911. What is your emergency? Voice. Hello, hello. I'm here. Can you hear me? Dispatcher. I can hear you, ma'am. Where are you? Voice. I'm inside the wires. I'm lost. Ma'am, who you been drinking tonight? I feel like I'm stretching through the wire towards you. Don't hang up. I might go if you hang up. Go where, ma'am? Go. Gone away. Okay. And can you describe your surroundings? Unknown noise. Ma'am, hello, ma'am. Note. Dispatcher attempted to call the number back, but it was no longer in service. And that happened in 1993.
Most information on the astral plane is classified, but...
Let's play that, but in full screen.
The astral plane. Similar to an iceberg, what you see is not what you always get. Regardless, this place is vitally important to the Bureau. Most information on the astral plane is classified, but we can talk in broad strokes, keeping in mind that these are staggeringly complex systems, and simplification does them no justice. Now, the white non-space, the ever-present inverted black pyramid, the board, all linked. Intrinsically tied to the oldest house, tied to the director, the process of choosing a director, tied to all objects of power in terms of who controls them. Yes.
Astral Exhibition. Processes and Best Practices. The Astral Exhibition was originally built for the astronauts to use as a training location, a place to grow accustomed to the sights and sounds of the astral plane before diving into the real thing. We could have done a better job with it, but Redacted was being stingy with the budget. However, once we discovered the Redacted, we decided to repurpose the space. Similar to how zoos hope familiar surroundings will affect the well-being of their animals, we hope to observe the Redacted behavior in an environment similar to its home dimension. So far, it just breaks everything we put in with it. But Rome wasn't built in a day. Refer to file 319-3811 for full report. Addendum. New naming conventions have been established for the astral entity now known as Astral Spike. Outdated terms in this report have been redacted.
An early hypothesis was that the mindscape of the astral plane is subjective. But that was fast proven wrong. It's an actual place, not a construct of the mind, even though it is with our minds that we enter and experience it. But then one could argue that that's the case with all reality. We've been able to record footage of the astral plane by monitoring the brain activity of those experiencing it. That is the only concrete material that has come out of the astral plane expeditions. Apart from one shocking exception. In the astral plane footage, we're always in the vicinity of the pyramid. We've concluded that this, not the entire plane, is what the board controls. We have glimpsed movement, native species, always in the distance, and yet contact was made. We don't have footage of this, a technical malfunction, but when one of our astronauts returned, a brain cloud, an astral fugue, had hitchhiked a ride in his head. It ruptured out, killing the subject in question. It's a relentless predator, pursuing thoughts, minds, lethal to those the entity feeds on. Proper containment protocols are to be observed when dealing with it.
And we will definitely be seeing what that thing is up close. In fact, we've already actually seen one.
I can't believe they keep that thing here. Bureau doing with that thing?
Someone answer, damn it! We need backup down here!
I like the noise it makes.
Marshall, are you still there?
Shit. We're so close. We need to hurry.
Hiss cluster. Hiss clusters are unique in that they are concentrated manifestations of hiss resonance without the need of a host. Hiss clusters are dense spherical compressions of hiss resonance that serve support functions in the hierarchy of hiss entities. The clusters are capable of replenishing hiss hosts with infusions of resonance. This does not heal any physical damage inflicted on the organic host, but rather seems to rejuvenate them, allowing them to endure more bodily harm than normally possible. The fact that the hiss makes an effort to preserve its corrupted hosts underlines a level of awareness and discretion that was previously just speculation on my part. Can this entity be considered an individual, or simply an extension of the hiss as a whole? Capturing one alive would be quite interesting. Refer to file redacted for full report. Well, you can try and catch the fucking thing alive, I wouldn't worry about it. Groupthink. Utilization of paranatural elements. Rethinking groupthink. This study extends the works of Irving Janis, Robert Barron, and others by proposing strong causal links between groupthink and the passive or active use of telepathy. To prove these connections, the Parapsychology Department carried out variations of Solomon Asch's original conformity experiments using a telepathic individual as the subject. See experiments redacted for details. Extensive qualitative and quantitative data resulting from these experiments was then used to identify telepathic interference within the group. Further empirical findings suggest measures can be taken to safeguard against telepathic influence on behaviors by engaging in redacted. Rather boldly, this paper stands to revolutionize decades of groupthink theory and provide new directions for further experimentation on the mind, including manipulation of redacted and redacted. Refer to file 318-2849 for full report. Hey, good morning to you, Lucinda. Good morning as well. Been a hot minute since I've seen you. Yawn, how's control going? Yeah, it's almost as if the very same day, even though different time zones, that we've encountered each other while on stream. I hope you had a great sleep. Hope things went well. And control's going great. Going really, really good. At the start of the stream, there was a headset option that I actually downloaded a trial for, and it was a 7-day trial, and I thought, okay, let's test this. So I started the stream with it, and guess what? The audio issue with the dialogue being muted on the broadcast actually still happened with this. So I was like, well, I'm glad I didn't pay the $22 to get that different headset setting, otherwise it would have been a waste of money. So I put the headset audio to the stereo uncompressed, which is the one that generally, if there's a game that has that static issue, it'll happen when it's on that setting. And as luck would have it, for the whole stream I haven't had any static audio issues happening. So fingers crossed that keeping it on this current headset setting for this playthrough of this game will be fine. So it's been good, but I've been burned in the past because there have been streams where I went for hours and hours without the issue happening, and then in another stream, in a short amount of time, the issue happened. So I'm hoping it's not one of these situations. Good, absolutely fingers crossed that it's all good. I do too, because it's getting very, very annoying, but I had so many moments in Alan Wake earlier where I had to basically end the stream to try and stop the audio static issue from happening. So I think from now on it's probably best if when I play Alan Wake I stick with the Xbox 360 original version because that never has any issues. So I'm going to stick with that from now on. So I won't have to. So I won't be playing the remastered version on stream again. It's just too damn annoying to have to keep on ending the stream and have like 6 stream sessions. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame too, because I really do like the remastered version, and the face of Alan Wake in the original is different to the actual live action actor that plays Alan, but in the remaster they actually got the same actor's face who actually plays him in live action for the character model. So that's another thing that's unfortunate about not being able to stream that in the future, but yeah, it's just ridiculous otherwise. And ironically, when it comes to archiving my streams now on YouTube, years and years ago, when Twitch app was in the stage where if the game crashed, the stream would also turn off, I ended up having multiple streams, and so I stopped putting the streams to YouTube. So it's ironic that having this issue with the audio that there ends up being multiple streams, and so there's going to be probably 7 streams on YouTube as archived streams for Alan Wake for that playthrough. It's just ridiculous.
Marshall, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Who is this?
My name is Jesse Faden. I'm coming to help.
Faden? Hold on. I'm setting the elevator for you. We need to talk.
She got that right.
More of you? Really?
Oh, all the brains got thrown around. Well, it's one brain separated by 4 or 5 different parts, but still. Listen, without some way to connect them all together, yeah, you know nothing about video editing. Yeah, that's what I'd have to do. I'd have to download every single VOD individually and then put it into an editing program and then cut out the parts where I've got like my outro and stuff and then just segue into the other one. Easy damn, brother, you're like the Morgan Freeman of the streamer world. Dan said you could teach a class on gaming. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, it's funny because I remember one of the things that I wanted to do for the channel at some point was actually do streams where, you know, talking about the lore of a series and stuff like that. So you never know. There might be something like that I'm thinking of in the future. Okay, we can get rid of that one because the energy cost is more. I mean, the energy cost is less. Get rid of that one. Make room. Yeah, hippie Morgan Freeman. He's a great actor. Listen, that would be cool. Yeah, I thought it'd be great because there's so many games that there's so much interesting lore for as well. Astronauts information. Processes and best practices. Astronaut program. This report serves as an introductory guide to the astronaut program, including candidate requirements, training practices, and astral research procedures. Astronauts are chosen individuals who explore and document the astral plane by making physical contact with the X-ray light box, see case Objective Power 18 for details. In the Hypnosis Lab, a section of the Parapsychology Division, physical and psychological training is vital for the repeated transition between planes known as dives. After each dive, astronauts must undergo a redacted session in the cognitive recording chairs to record their experience in the plane. Gathered data has conclusively proven that redacted within the astral plane vary widely between astronauts. On rare occasions, these dives can result in losses, often occurring where teams encounter aggressive astral entities. Refer to file 829-1838 for full report. Hippie, you know how Morgan Freeman played the role of God in Bruce Almighty? You guys want to see Rod in a white suit? Yeah, that was a funny movie, that one. Interesting concept too, as well. Like how he's like, well, you think you can do such a good job? How about I give you all my powers? And see how you do. Pain elevators.
Welcome to the party, ma'am. Marshall is right down the hall.
Hey there, Drake. Welcome back, dude. Rubber Duck Supplement. Rubber Duck, Owl 52 AE, background. Discovered in the home of Agent Redacted after his young daughter complained of being followed by her rubber duck. According to Agent Redacted, the matter was ignored, believed to be the result of a child's imagination, until he began to hear the quacking at night. After discovering the item hiding in his daughter's closet, he brought it to the Bureau for study. Update. It was discovered that Agent Redacted was bringing known paranatural materials into his home, illegally taking them outside the oldest house. How this may have affected the creation of an altered item is being investigated. Agent Redacted has been terminated. Yeah, Redacted. Agent Redacted. Good on ya. Jeez. Drake, so you're playing Control, eh? That is true. I'm currently playing the game Control using a controller. Removes 2 control buttons of your keyboard. Now you have no control. Haha. The joke's on you though, because I'm playing on Xbox.
Marshall's eager to speak with you, ma'am. She's just down the hall.
There you are. I was starting to worry. Congratulations on your appointment, Director Phaeton. I'm Helen Marshall, Head of Bureau Operations. Zachariah's dead then, and I assume you found his gun.
Just call me Jesse. Trench told me to find you. He said you could help.
And he told you this through the hotline. Makes sense.
None of this phases her? Really?
Here's the situation. Darling created the HRAs in a lab nearby. We need more if we're gonna survive this attack. My rangers can't secure the lab alone, not against those things. We need more firepower.
At least she seems to know what's going on here. She could know about Dylan.
I can clear out the hiss. I'll be your firepower.
That's a good answer.
Is she testing me?
Darling has systems in place to protect his labs. This should help you get past them. We'll talk more after you clear out the hiss. Rangers, let her through. We'll have to lock the door behind you. Sorry, but we can't risk a breach. Collins, what's the situation?
Squad C hasn't made it back. They're still out there, which means we should assume they're KIA, ma'am. Only exit is back through parakinesiology, but then there's no way we're making it to the lab. Only option is to hold here and wait for an opening. Then we put everything we got into one final push.
We wouldn't last a minute out there. You saw what those things can do. We need to retreat. If we stay here, we're dead.
Marshall said we need more HRAs. If you want to go sit in a corner and suck your fucking thumb, don't let me stop you. But no one will be calling you a ranger afterwards.
The fight's not in here, Rangers. Let's look for alternatives.
Oh, that's putting him in his place. Sit in the corner and suck your fucking thumb. Drake, this is some advanced looking physics and shit. Meanwhile, you're just reading the basics of it. Oh yeah. It's so fun in this game to do the, well, we can't do it yet, but levitating and, you know, the evade move and picking things up and throwing them without having to touch them physically, you know, things like that. All the good stuff. You can see the pain you're enduring by the face of this cat emoji. That's right. Yeah, that's a really expressive emoji. Can cover a whole variety of things. One emote to rule them all. One ring to bind them. One emote to bind them. One emote to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them.
I see Rangers over there. We have to help them.
Drake sad, angry, really angry, depressed, all the one. What is ammunition? Control, we don't use that here. Yes, what is this thing you speak of? Easy, you saw Josh Peck in a movie, you don't remember the name right off, and he played this delinquent thug. Quite different than his goody-goody role. Oh, did you really? Josh Peck. Drake, Mean Creek. That was the best, Josh. Mean Creek. Harbinger, so does this game have auto-aim? After so many games that you played using a controller in the past few months, keyboard and mouse feels weird in Wasteland 3. I don't think so, no. Yeah. No, there's no auto-aim in this game. Threshold Kids Proposal. Initiative Proposal. The Threshold Kids. Problem. With the recent arrival of the Redacted, there are certain glaring gaps in the Bureau's ability to educate and raise a young Redacted. There are no other Redacted for Redacted to play with, and Redacted is expected to learn about a frightening new concept. Redacted will require slow Redacted-friendly introduction to paranatural topics. With this in mind, allow me to introduce The Threshold Kids, a television show in which a cast of cheerful puppets explain the dangers of living at the Bureau, but also show the fun side of the paranatural. Budget would be minimal. I took a few puppet-making courses at my local community centre. We can have research staff build the sets, record the footage, and even do the voices. It will be good for morale, and I guarantee Redacted will respond positively to these videos. We can't expect a Redacted to enjoy lectures and people in lab coats, but as television has proven for years, Redacted love puppets. Hiss Warped. The Hiss Warped wield only paranatural abilities similar to drifters. They are able to telekinetically shield themselves with nearby material and launch objects at their target. These entities are particularly destructive and difficult to kill, possibly indicating a greater internal reinforcement of Hiss resonance. Why do certain Hiss display paranatural abilities while others rely on Bureau firearms? Do certain corrupted entities have less potential than the hosts that become Hiss warped? Or is this perhaps an indication of evolution or maturation of the Hiss corruption? Are there other stages of evolution yet to be found? What if the Hiss inhabits a host for a month, a year? Do hosts expire after a certain amount of time? Does the corruption become too strong for an organic body to endure? Only time, and well, documented observation will tell. Refer to the file Redacted for full report. Drake, so much for censorship. Sheesh. What happened, Drake? You move to an area and you multiply and multiply until every natural resource is consumed, and the only way you can survive is to spread to another area. There is another organism on this planet that follows the same pattern. Do you know what it is? A virus. Human beings are a disease. A cancer of this planet. You are a plague, and we are the cure. Thanks for that, Arnie impression redemption, and using a quote from The Matrix. That's awesome, Harbinger, thank you.
Hello, ladies. Look at your man. Now back to me. Now back at your man. Now back to me. Sadly, he isn't me, but if he stopped using lady-scented body wash and switched to Old Spice, he could smell like he's me.
Thank you for redeeming that Bane impression, Drake. That is quite the Old Spice commercial quote. So this Threshold Kids proposal. So this person, Bethany Harrington, basically decided that they should have a way to educate people on certain things with the Bureau of Control and paranatural stuff and all this kind of thing. So keep in mind, because I'm going to show people an example who haven't seen this before. So they wanted to have a family-friendly introduction to paranatural topics. A television show in which a cast of cheerful puppets explain the dangers of living at the Bureau, but also show the fun side of the Paranatural. Budget would be minimal. It would be good for morale, and I guarantee Redacted will respond positively to these videos. But as television has proven for years, Redacted love puppets. Well, let's have a look at one of these Threshold Kids episodes.
Stepping to the FBC, there's lots to do, there's lots to be, but you don't dash and don't scream much. Let's join the Threshold Kids. Let's join the Threshold Kids.
Hey, Meg! What's wrong?
My mom's dead.
I'm so sorry, Meg. What happened?
I don't know. They blacked it out.
It's like the director says. Confidential and children both start with C.
And the director's a puppet. A dirty, rotten, fart person.
Dad says my mama went missing in actions. She walked into the city and didn't come back. I don't know what missing in actions is, but I sure wish someone would find her.
I'll help you look, Telfer. We'll find your mama together.
So, given that, and then reading that document, which I don't know where it is now, but yeah, that's so cheerful. Such a cheerful show. Drake, that sounds incredibly menacing for Bane. Dang, never knew that Batman used lady-scented body wash though. That's why he broke his back. Now we know the real reason why Bane did that. Last time they used renewable demonic energy in Doom 2016, that didn't end well for them. So with censorship. Yeah, that definitely didn't end well for them, that is for sure. It's not really a good idea to do that. Easy, okay, that's disturbing. Just how I like it. Fucked up and disturbing. That's why I love your stream, brother. Yeah, that's only one of the two that I've found so far in this game. But yeah, talk about a creepy puppet show.
Altered item number 52AE analysis, session 2.
Listen to that separate.
Altered item number 52AE analysis, session 2. I will begin by introducing various stimuli to the item. First, a low voltage electric shock. No response. Next, I will introduce heat via a standard Bunsen burner. No response. Next, a series of solutions will be applied, each with a different value on the pH scale, from 0 to 14. No response to any value. Next, I will attempt to communicate. Can you understand me? Can you understand my words? Quack if you can understand my words. No response. This concludes session 2. We'll need time to prepare further tests.
Quack. Poor rubber ducky, getting burnt. Getting all these bits of different water with different pH levels poured on it.
This way to the lab? Okay. You must like these HRAs. Sounds like Darling built them. And most of the things around here. If Marshall can't help us with Dylan, he's our next best bet. Assuming he's not dead. Or taken over by the hiss.
No response to any value. Next, I will attempt to communicate. Can you
There's the rubber
understand
ducky.
me? Can you
Rubber ducky.
understand my words?
Okay, let's go this way. Harbinger, trying to lurk as much as you can since you want to avoid spoilers, but the Arnie impressions are so addictive. Arnie impression addiction is real. There we go, got it.
You led me here. Any idea how to make it work?
Black rock prisms. Utilization of paranatural elements. Black rock prisms. Black rock prisms are unique formations of black rock, distinct in both their shape and potency. While the density of black rock dampens paranatural forces, the unique redacted structure of prisms retain frequencies in the range redacted to redacted hertz with perfect redacted harmonization. This report analyzes the results of focusing a redacted through a harmonized prism onto a redacted. Methods for the imprinting of non-physical fields onto redacted, imbuing them with the properties of the harmonized resonance redacted in the prism, will be explored and explained. Refer to file redacted for full report.
Hello again, Director. It appears we have a new problem. We need to get the HRA machine working.
I've replaced a couple of spark plugs, but this looks a bit more complicated.
Darling must have had a system. Randomness isn't in his nature. The punch cards, the symbols, the terminals. How do they connect?
I'll see what I can do.
So, we need to find all the punch cards. Each punch card should correspond to a terminal. These whiteboard drawings may be important. It looks like he was working on something to do with these symbols. What do the symbols mean? What do these whiteboards mean? Try different combinations. One of them has to work.
There we go, finally got it. Drake, here is so feel good vibes. You got the ultimate edition of this free on Epic Games. That's great that this is the version that was free. That's cool, Drake. That's awesome. Lucinda, so Rod, your Red Dead 2 playthrough this year, is that the one that you think would take 6 months? Absolutely, yeah. Because what I'm doing is there's low honor and then there's high honor, and the dialogue that you could possibly get from people in the camp, if you're low honor, is different to if you're high honor as well. So all the dialogue that I'm gonna try and get in the game when you're at the camp in each chapter of the story, I'm gonna have to do 2 passes through the game. 1 pass with low honor and then 1 pass with high honor. But I'm not going to worry about trying to get like every single bit of dialogue outside of camp. But in order to get as much as I possibly can, I need to get the 2 different variations. So what that also means is antagonizing characters that I wouldn't normally antagonize in camp. Especially John Marston, Abigail and Jack. I have a rule that I never ever antagonize those characters because I have such a strong connection with them based on Red Dead Redemption 1. But I'm willing to sacrifice that for this current playthrough I'm doing. But I want to get the low honor playthrough out of the road first, because I generally like to play Arthur high honor. Drake, another feel-good vibe is your 2 weeks cigarettes free. That is awesome, Drake. Congratulations on that, dude. That's excellent progress, man. Lucinda, I see. Nice. You're hoping to get to play Red Dead 2 this year yourself. You hate being the bad guy in a game. Yeah, it'd be cool to see how you go with Red Dead 2, Lucinda. There's just so much to it as well. Like, you can easily get your focus pulled in multiple different directions. There's just so much stuff in it. But yeah, it's quite weird, you know, like, it feels strange going through a game like that and actually antagonizing people and all that. So it's going to feel really, really weird for me doing that too. Drake, Rod's next run, high honor but be a douche to everyone else but Micah. Well, I'm not going to do something like that, but through the very nature of getting all the positive dialogue, I will actually have to be nice to Micah in one of those runs. Hey there, Mauler. How's it going, dude? Welcome. Hello, Control, my old friend. Absolutely, dude. I'm so glad to be finally doing another playthrough of this game, because of all those issues I had with it last year. It was just so good to not have those issues. High honor? Boring. Yeah, some of us love the high honor life. But I can definitely see the appeal. Mauler, it does not feel strange. It's natural to be mean as a cowboy in the Wild West. That playthrough that you did, Mauler, where you were antagonizing everyone and low honor, that was just so damn fun to watch. But yeah, I was saying to Lucinda, Mauler, that to get as much dialogue as possible in the camps, I'm going to have to do 2 passes through the game. I'm going to have to do a low honor playthrough where I antagonize everyone in the camp all the time to get as many variations on that dialogue as possible, and then do a high honor playthrough where I be friendly to every character at the gang camp.
The prism shattered. Darling's prototypes have a lot of issues. We need a new plan.
We need a new plan. Faith, Arthur. To have some goddamn faith. And we need money. Drake, you want a Fat Arthur run? That's the funny thing. Whenever I play Red Dead 2, he always ends up being underweight. Mauler, after Geeky finishes Detroit, you're doing a special playthrough of it too. Oh yeah, Mauler. That's going to be so cool to watch you play that game. Being a murderous android all the way through. How was your weekend, Rod? Good to see you. Good to see you as well, Mauler. My weekend was really, really good. I had a great one. And it was good to get some Assassin's Creed action into 2023 with Assassin's Creed 2. How's your weekend? Hope you had a good one. Drake, Camp, we need food, Arthur. Arthur, what you mean, we? I need food. Need all of it. Every single bit. Lucinda, plan. Need a plan. Every plan needs a plan, and you need a plan for that plan as well.
We need more Blackrock prisms to make this machine work. Darling has another lab, down in the Blackrock processing site in maintenance. That must be where he keeps the prisms.
I've been to maintenance already. I can find my way.
But how long will that take? Nothing here is simple. I need to ask her now, before I go.
I need something from you first. What do you know about Dylan Faden?
I knew this was coming. Lives are at stake here, and we need this machine working to save those lives. Once that is done, Director Faden, then we can talk.
She's right. As much as I don't want to admit it, I'm the only one who can help.
Fine. I'll get the prisms first.
Dylan will have to wait just a little longer.
But don't call me Director. Jesse is fine.
I'll call you Faden. Here, you'll need this keycard.
Thanks. Emily Pope has set up a base in Executive. Once I have the prism, I'll meet you there.
Right. I'll move out immediately. And keep an eye out for Darling. Finding him might be the key to stopping the hiss.
It's just one large-scale HRA. It's there now. We are about to be exposed to a different kind of resonance. Hostile, viral, invasive resonance. That's what the Hedron resonance amplifiers are for. Taking the protection Hedron can provide us, and keeping us from being wiped out.
Here, this will lead back to Central Research.
Achievement unlocked. Old Boys Club. Complete mission 4. Drake, if you think the Dutch has a plan, imagine if he is CEO of an internet company. Think about the plans he'll make. Yeah, I don't think I'd actually want to pay money for a Dutch internet plan for some reason. Especially when he introduces his new, you know, right-hand man, Micah Bell. Well, sinus infection is a rough one too. Big hugs to you and a fast recovery. Oh yes, like sinus stuff. I know what that's like myself with sinuses. Very bad with that. Is he naked? Well, actually, he was half naked in that particular camera angle that you saw first. Oh wait, maybe another time, Doc. It's about drive. It's about power. It's time for the Discord mods to take a done shower. Nice rhyme there. Arnie. Drake Dutch's internet plan. For $59.99 a month, you can get a plan. For $69, you'll get a better plan. And for $159, you'll get the best plan there ever was. Alright, so that's that there. Drake, for $79.99 a month, you'll have the best you never planned. That sounds like a bargain. Sign me up. Ah, abilities. Mola, when you call with issues, you'll get a recording that says, "Have some goddamn faith." Click. And that's it. Hey there, Spectrum. Hello again to you. Let's get this now, which is we can launch grenades and rockets back at the enemy. It's always fun. And launch basic enemies when their health is low. We'll grab that too. And now we've unlocked the additional personal mod slot. That works out well. Energy recovery speed. Launch energy cost. Health boost. That's what I want. So we'll add health boost to that. Spectrum are doing well, and you? Oh, that's great to hear, Spectrum. And I'm going really, really good. Been having a great stream of this game.
Resonance is the key. Vibration, frequencies, waveforms, fields we didn't know were there. It's physics. These fields in complex interaction, altering reality that comes to contact with them. Hedron is communicating with me. He's trying to warn me of something imminent. I've been using every known method to analyze the data. Exposing myself to it. I'm seeing things and overcome by compulsion. It's not just data, it's protection. It's benign. We are about to be exposed to a different kind of resonance. Hostile, viral, invasive resonance. That's what the Hedron resonance amplifiers are for. Taking the protection Hedron can provide us and keeping us from being wiped out.
Spectrum could have gotten more sleep, but you know, cats screaming under the bed is the thing. The cats were like, how dare you sleep? What is this nonsense you are trying to do, human? Well, hopefully next time you actually get more sleep. Hopefully they don't decide to do that again. Well, so Rod, you've played Detroit a bunch. How do you make a decision during the Battle of Detroit between the two? Well, to be honest, Mauler, I've only actually played it once. But I've seen it played a few different times now. But yeah, how do you make a decision during the Battle of Detroit between the two? That is actually going to be hard in that sort of like spot. Because there's probably going to be decisions that, you know, can't be violent ones too, as well. Yeah, look at that Mr. Rogers sweater. Drake, you send them to New Jersey. There we go, that's what you do. In the Battle of Detroit, send them to New Jersey instead. Ignore this message board, hey? Too late. Mola, no one wants to go to Jersey, no one. Spectrum, were they speaking English? No. Yeah, I don't actually know what language they're actually speaking, because whenever you actually hear the board speak, they always speak with that kind of audio filter on. Even when you finish the game, so I'm not too sure. Drake, other plan is Ohio. It's the other place to go. Ohio. Okay, so I think this is actually where I'm going to end this stream of Control. But Control is my Tuesday and Wednesday game as well, so there'll be 2 more streams this week of Control. So the next stream will be when it's Tuesday for me. So if you see me streaming this again, then you know it's become Tuesday for me here in Australia. Just want to fast travel somewhere that can act as like a autosave kind of thing. We're going to go and raid Crocodiles, who's playing through Spider-Man Miles Morales. I'll just go quit to the menu. But before we do that though, I just want to give some shout outs. Drake, always glad having you around, Rod. Well, thank you so much, Drake. Thank you so much for being here too, as well. I really do appreciate it, dude. And I hope you have a good one. I want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really appreciate it. We'll get back to this tomorrow. It'll be a split stream tomorrow, so there will be a break in between one stream and the next. But I'll definitely be doing a Tuesday stream of Control, and then Wednesday as well. I'm going to be doing the 2 DLC as well, so it won't be this week that I finish the game. Most likely it won't be next week either. Just depending on how much of the game I want to get through as well, because there's side content even in the main game as well. So we'll just see how we're going. Listen, thanks for the stream, Rod. Got to see the beginning and the end of it. You sure did. Yeah, it worked out well with the time zone differences and going on at different times. Spectrum, see you tomorrow. Absolutely, Spectrum. Definitely will. Mauler, have an amazing rest of your day, Rod. Thank you so much, Mauler. I definitely will, dude. So I'd like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda, Mauler, and Shin the Ninja Penguin. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of Kingdom Come Deliverance. If you check her past broadcast, you'll also find a Resident Evil 2 OG playthrough that she did of the Leon A scenario. And this year, she's also doing her annual Resident Evil marathon. And with the release of the Resident Evil 4 remake, we'll definitely be incorporating that as part of the marathon as well. So I highly recommend checking out Lucinda's channel for that content. She's also a stream rated captain as well. So if you like to play that game with stream rated captains when they're live, I highly recommend checking out Lucinda's channel for that as well. Mauler has been doing some Goose Goose Duck. That's one of his main games that he plays quite a lot. He also plays with viewers as well. So if you ever catch a stream of Goose Goose Duck with Mauler, he's more than happy to play with viewers with that game. Most recently, he did a playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2, where he did a no honor playthrough, so he was basically being an asshole to everyone and making all the decisions in that game that lowers Arthur and John Marston's honor. He's a very entertaining streamer as well, and highly recommend checking out Shin also, who's been doing some Saints Row 4 re-elected. He's also been doing Assassin's Creed Odyssey content from time to time as well, so highly recommend checking out Shin also. Oh yeah, Mauler, shit, I forgot. Mauler's also doing Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag at the moment. Holy shit, dude, I forgot you were playing through that game. So if you're looking for some Assassin's Creed streams, definitely recommend checking out Mauler's channel as well for that. And Mauler and Lucinda, absolutely no worries at all for the shout out. More than happy to give you guys one. Mauler, you haven't ever played Odyssey yet. Oh dear, what a game. What a game indeed. So let's start the raid. We're going to go and raid Crocodiles, see how he's doing with Spider-Man Miles Morales. I'll get back to this on Tuesday. There'll be 2 separate streams on Tuesday, but there's definitely going to be a lot of control in the past broadcast for those who might miss those streams. Thank you so much for watching, and catch you next time. Oh, here's also a raid message for people to use. So feel free to copy and paste that in, or add your own emotes on top as well, or whatever combination you'd like to do as well. So there we go, and definitely catch you later, Spectrum, and Easy as well. You have a good one, Easy. Definitely catch you again soon.